Okay. Was macht ein Bankkaufmann oder was? Hello and welcome along to the next round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear, and we start with the H&R 3-hour race this weekend here at the famous Nürburgring Nordschleife. So welcome everybody here to the next round, as I said, and we're looking very much forward to spectacular races, to fantastic action as we know it from the Nordschleife. We have in our package for the next month 5 races coming along with us, and therefore, we have a couple of teams, a couple of different changes in the teams and in the drivers, but we will talk about that later on. My name is Jan Seifert, and I will go through with you for the next races in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. So, we already had the qualifying for a couple of classes. So for SP10, Cup 2 and SP3T. So we already have our qualifying scene there. Now all the cars are in qualifying in SP9. So in the background they will start to qualify for their first race and for their first session. What's going on? So as I said, we have a 3-hour race coming to us. We will see in the different classes. In total we have 47 cars participating in this first race. So it's 17 cars in SP9. We have 11 cars in Cup 2. We have 13 cars in SP10, and we have in SP3T we have 6 cars, so that makes a total of 47 cars. So that will be very spectacular, and as you know it from the first round, from the first season, we have seen in the beginning of the year until the end of October, we will start all in one group, so we have, or in one race, in the different groups, as we know it from the Nürburgring Nordschleife, from the NLS, you already know. 3-hour race, as I said, and with the cars, you already know. So in the SP9 category, we have the GT3 cars having their qualifying, as I said, now. And in the Cup 2 cars, as you know, from the platform we are driving on, iRacing, we have the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car participating there. A mixed class in the SP10, as we call it, the GT4
Einen wunderschönen
class.
guten Morgen, liebe Nordschleifenjünger. Willkommen zum digitalen Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Yellow flags taken away and we're undegraded. Little space to pass, and we've just had a problem with flipping through the air. I don't know how that happened.
And Philip Ellis both going in, and Max Hoffa's gone in as well, so that's at the end of their 6th lap.
Beim zweiten Rennen für diese Mannschaft, Sieg beim 9. Rennen. Tolles Rennen, spannend war es alle Male.
That was season number 1 you saw the highlights from, and with our winning team, which was a team BMW Bank, with Bruno Spengler, Nils Koch and Kai Kaschuber for their winning, or the first winner of the first season of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Second in, or the second winners, the champion in SP10, they were Core Sim Racing. They changed now into SP9, but I will come back to that later on. So they participating now in the SP9 class. And as I said, as I started with the different cars we have in the different classes, SP10, as I said, the Porsche Cayman GT4 and the BMW M4 GT4. And last but not least, in the SP3 T class, we have the Audi RS3 LMS. So these are the cars we are participating with in this season's, or in the winter season of the NLS. To be honest, it doesn't really look like the winter season as we just saw the outside of the Nürburgring. pretty sunny out there, and I think Oli Martini, talking in the German stream, that he will maybe sit on his in front of his house, having a look now into the sunny studio in our booth there. So yeah, it looks pretty awesome out there, as we see also here in the sim. And as I said, we have iRacing still we are driving on, and also here a couple of changes. You see we have a pretty new overlay presenting you, showing you all the data, all the sponsors, all the partners from the DNLS, also from the drivers and the teams. So everything is new, but so we are very much looking forward to this year's season. So we're still 7 minutes and 45 seconds in the qualifying of the SP9, and just to give you a little update, there's no the time set yet, so everybody is on his flying lap now, and once they cross the line for the first time, we will have a look into the classification of the qualifying of the first round, the H&R 3-hour race here at the Nürburgring. Listening into the Audi R8 LMS of Butler PAHLE Motorsport, driving there Rennie Butler and Luca Wunsch in the 28 Audi RS, in the Audi R8 LMS GT3. And behind we have Mercedes AMG Team HRT. You may know from the track, from the real Nordschleifen track, as they are participating in the NLS and 24-hour race. So this is the next step in the team's development, because they announced their own esports team. Team manager there is Denny Giusa, and also driving. And for this race, we have Nico Bastian and Denny Giusa driving in the number 5 car, in the Bilstein car, you also know from the Nordschleife, and in the second car for Mercedes AMG Team HRT Heusingfeld, we have Adam Christodoulou and Mats Torgo Hutzfeld in the second car driving there, and another car, a third car for their team as well, driving with Dirk Müller and Florian Denzel. We are driving on here in the AN Solutions car. So now going onto the long Döttinger Höhe and having a good slipstream over there, going to Antoniusbuche before we cross the line for the first time after Hohenheim chicane. We will see a lot of slipstream battles over here. So first car crossing the line is Bruno Spengler for BMW, Team BMW Bank. And he crossed the line with a 7:58.7, but Jesse Krohn and Philip Eng now crossing the line as well, and all the guys are in the 58, so 7:58.0 for Eng, 7:58.3 for Jesse Krohn, and Spengler, as I said, 58.7. Marcel Maciewicz, he is in the 8, so 8 minutes 00.5. Behind is Nico Bastian, 8.02.5, and Dirk Müller, his teammate in the other car, 8 minutes 5 seconds 0.6. So these are the first cars crossing the line. Adam Christodoulou now also crossed the line with 8 minutes 00.6, and Philip Ellis, the hybrid driver, I would say. He's like he's a really fast guy in the sim racing, but also a rear racing driver in the 7 minutes 59.0. That was his time. Martin Tomczyk crossing the line with the 8 minutes 5.44. And we are now here on board with Christian Andreas Franz for H&R team by 5-star. So he's on his lap now as well. He just crossed the line before with a not a pretty fast time, but he will improve later on in the next lap probably, as we have still 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Now on board with a 29 car. the Mercedes AMG GT3. Sorry, the BMW Z4, which is that car, and then Harper crossed the line with a 8 minutes 3 seconds 0.4, and Michael Niemans on 8 minutes 6.2. So now we almost have every car seen, but not yet the pros. As we know, Laurin Heinrich from BS Plus competition, Sami Matti-Trogen. So the guys, they were battling in the front all the season long from the last season in the DNLS. So they have to cross the line still, waiting for their time to set. Heinrich just started his lap, as we see here. The team from Schnitzelalm Racing Team with number 11 sitting in a 6th position at the moment, with Marcel Marcevic at the wheel. And as I said, we have a couple of changes, while we see just Marcevic picking up his next lap, as you know it, also from the rear track, while Team Williams Esports, Sami Matti-Trogen, is behind the wheel there, also picking up his fast lap, coming through the last corner, and then going into his fast lap. So he was one of the runner-ups in the DNLS last season. While he set his first time with a 55.5 and sitting in first position at the moment for MAHLE Racing Team. While Jesse Krohn is sitting in the Williams Esports car. We're driving on here, on board with him through the chicane. On to Nordschleife now. Listening to the pretty good sound in the BMW Z4 GT3, which is still a pretty old car in the sim, but is still really nice to drive, drivable. And BMW already had the M6 GT3, but now working on the M4 GT3. We have here number 48 car, Manfilter Team HTP Winward. Philip Ellis at the moment, the pro driver, as you have to have in the SP9 class, one pro driver driving the qualifying and the start of the race. Mercedes AMG Team HRT Heusingfeld. It's Adam Christodoulou sitting in a 7th position now, sharing the car with Mats Torge Huxfeld. He's also one of the runner-ups, Adam Christodoulou, from last season. He just started real sim racing and was pretty fast in the end. New team in SP9 as well as Keep On Racing RN Vision STS. We have them in different classes now, here with the number 69 at the wheel, Jan Marszalkowski at the moment. Checkered flag is out for a couple of seconds already, so everybody is on his last flying lap. And is it Sami Matti-Trogen on a pole position for the first race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear, or maybe Philipp Eng? Can he fight back, or Jesse Krohn? So we have 4 BMWs in front, followed by 4 Mercedes AMG GT3. But we're still waiting for Laurin Heinrich to set a lap time. He didn't set a lap time yet, as well as Jan Marszalkowski, Christian Anders Franz, Sindre Setsas. So the champions from SP10 last season, Core Sim Racing, now in SP9 with Sindre Setsas. Also no lap time set yet, but we wait for them while we have a look here on the number 11 Schnitzel-Alm Racing Team. Going through Moot Corner to approaching Steilstrecke now, going to Carousel, all flat out until here, down into second gear. Early on the throttle because the exit is quite wide open, and then into the famous Carousel, second gear again, stay low, and now flat out exiting there. Williams Esports, as I said, Jesse Krohn is driving there at the moment. He's sharing the car with Dominik Steib. Hohe Acht, the highest point of the track of the Nordschleife. And now in the, for myself, tricky part, because you really have to find your flow going from Hohe Acht down to Brünnchen, all the way down through Ice Corner later on. So now into Brünnchen here, but we are changing to our 4th positioned team, BMW Bank, Bruno Spengler at the wheel. Still, while the real season started, Bruno Spengler was still quite active in sim racing with his team. He's also driving for BS Plus competition. So he's really keen about driving there, performing good. Now on his flying lap again. So as I say, he's sitting in 4th position now, behind his teammates in real racing for the bank, Jesse Krohn. While we have here the Mercedes AMG team HRT with the Bilstein livery on the art car, I would say. And Nico Bastian is on the wheel there. So he is also sitting in 8th position, going on to Döttinger Höhe now. See if he can improve his lap time. Couple of meters to go for him, and as we see, Sami Matti-Trogen still sitting in 1st position, Philipp Eng still in 2nd, and Jesse Krohn still in 3rd. Now Marcel Marcevic crossing the line. Can he improve? So it doesn't look that he can improve. So he stays in 6th position. How about Nico Bastian? Nico Bastian. He could improve, but stays in 8. 8.02.2. Dirk Müller. Adam Christodoulou could jump from 7th to 6th with a 7:59.3. Wow, we have the number 43 car, Martin Tomczyk, H&R team by 5-star. Crossing the line now. Can he improve? Yes. 8 minutes, 3 seconds, 0.3. Going into the top 10. So 10th position for Martin Tomczyk. Philip Ellis in 5th behind. Crossing the line behind him in 58.8. But we are still waiting for Laurin Heinrich. We're setting really good sectors. So we still wait for him to cross the line. And now as he crossed the line with a 7:56.03. Laurin Heinrich crossing the line in 2nd position now. So he moved between Sami Matti-Trogen and Philipp Eng, which means we should see a first pole position for Sami Matti-Trogen for MAHLE Racing Team in the 2nd season of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. And you see again exactly what the first season provided us. Really, really strong drivers competing here. And as I said before, we have the pro drivers driving now. We have some of the hybrid drivers, as I call it. Sami Matti-Trogen, for example, Laurin Heinrich. They are really fast drivers in both real and sim racing, as well as Philip Ellis. But in the end, we have with Philipp Eng in 3rd, Jesse Crow in 4th, and Bruno Spengler in 5th position. We have the pro drivers, also really close together, but Sami Matti-Trogen again together with Laurin Heinrich in their own world, with about half a second between them, and then 2 seconds to the pro drivers. So, as I say, driving in their own world. These two guys. That's it. That was the first qualifying. And we will have a look now on the results for the first round. As I say, MAHLE Racing Team with a 5:55.5. Alex Arana and Sami Matti-Trogen in 1st position. Behind, we have BS Competition with Laurin Heinrich setting the time. And Rainer Talver in 2nd position. And the 3rd, BS Competition, Alex Voss and Philipp Eng. Williams Esports, Dominic Stipe and Jesse Krohn in 4th. 5th, BMW Bank Team is Koch, Nils Koch and Bruno Spengler. Philip Ellis for Manfilter Team HTP Winward. In front of Mercedes-AMG Team HRT Heusingfeld, Adam Christodoulou sharing the car with Mats Torge Hutzfeld. Schnitzel Arm Racing, Marcel Marcevic setting the time there to sit in 8th position. 9th position for the new team, Keep On Racing, RN Rishin STS GT3, Jan Maszakowski driving there. And top 10 is completed by Nico Bastian for Mercedes-AMG Team HRT Bilstein. In 11th position, H&R Team Urano, Martin Tomczyk driving there. 12th position, BMW Junior Team, Dan Harper together with Max Hesse. 13th position, Mercedes AMG Team HRT AM Solutions. Dirk Müller is driving there. He's sharing the car with Florian Denzler. 14th, Sturiner Motorsport Club e.V. SP9. Spicker and Zalewski, 15th NIMEX Race Cars Esport, Rau and Niemans, and last but not least, in 16th position, Butler Pal, the new team, Motorsport, DNS, GT3, Wunsch, and Randy Butler himself, the team manager and team owner, driving the car there. So these are the 16 cars. You may miss one car, which is the core sim racing, BMW Z4 GT3. The new team jumping from SP10 to SP9. They didn't set a lap time, Sindre Setzas and Carl Jonsen. They didn't set a lap time yet, and they hopefully will start the race, and we will see that in a couple of seconds, in a couple of minutes, as we go into the gridding almost, and we then go into our first race of the second season of the DNLS. That's the grid again. You may find your favorite drivers and teams. We just went through the result, and these are the cars you will see on track there. Most probably the Team BMW Bank missed to deliver the livery because they have a white car. Usually they're driving in a black car with their liveries on, but really nice liveries we see here also for Keep On Racing. So yeah, that's nice to see all these cars for SP9, and then coming to the first car in the Cup 2 class, which is Usher Racing with the number 227, setting the best lap time, 8 minutes, 9 seconds, 0.382. So they're sitting in first position, pole position for their in Cup 2. Butler Pal Motorsport again here also in second position. And then we have H2 Performance in third. Team Nürburgring Esports fourth and fifth. Rennwelten Pro Team. Sim RC Cup 2 in sixth. Novell Racing Team Ring Racing, and VSE Motorsports by H2P in seventh and eighth in the Cup 2 class. And we have Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing and Deutsche Payment at Race Union in 9th and 10th. Then coming into the GT4 class, which is the SP10. Chorus Sim Racing here, Team RSO and Sim RC SP10 sharing the first three positions in front of Undici Scuderia, and we are racing BS Hype in 6th. So you see a mixed field there with the Porsches and the BMW M4, the Porsche Cayman. Going on with Keep On Racing again. Quite a lot of cars in the field. In front of Schnitzelalm, also second car for them. Mühlner Motorsport in 9th and Race Tech Performance in 10th. 11th for VS Racing Esports Plaque in the SP10, and then coming into SP3T with the Audi RS3 LMS, Team Heusingfeld in front of Sim RC SP3T and Frozen Speed Full Send Racing, the NLS, in third. Coming to fourth position, Core Sim Racing, Sim RC SP3T Pro Sim, Low Grip Racing Team, Raceline Sim Sport, and Lone Wolf Motorsports in 8th position in the SP3T, while we see a couple of cars not setting a lap time in qualifying. EPS Rennsport Esports, Chorus Sim Racing GT3, and VS Racing Esports Red. These are the ones who didn't set a lap time in qualifying, so they are at the back of the field, as well as H&R team by 5-star. Now we are a couple seconds away from the first race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear, which is the H&R 3-hour race here. Das bei mir dann auch überbrücken, oder? Ja, was habe ich für ein Bild?
Dum 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 da da dum 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 da 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 dum. Dum 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 da da dum 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 da da dum 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 da 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 dum.
Welcome back to the H&R 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. So we saw a pretty intensive qualifying, and now we're waiting for the first race of the season here in the 2020-21 season. And as I say, we have a couple of races coming along, waiting now for the first race here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And I would like to know if Olli Martini in the German stream, what he's thinking, you know, when he's driving, he's sitting at home, usually hearing the cars passing by. He just said that he has a pretty nice view to Kallenhardt, which is not far away from his home. But that's not the topic for today. We just wait for the cars to grid in, and I just got the information from the organization that delivery of the team BMW Bank is because of server problems missing. So they not, as I said, they sent their deliveries, but it's unfortunately not showing yet, but that they are working on this. So we are also waiting for the start, for the gridding of the first race. And I'm not really sure about this season, because it's gonna be pretty tough, because in the season one everybody was like trying and testing and see where they are and what is possible in the DNLS, and now they are really pushing much hard, and organization working hard in the background, as you see, not only in a case of the layout of the overlay, what you see out there, but also in the sporting regulations they worked, and it's pretty little things they were working on, but now it seems to be even more competitive and even more sportive, as you know it from the first season we just saw. And as I said, the team BMW Bank with Bruno Spengler, Nils Koch and Kai Kaschube, so one pro racing driver and two pro sim racing drivers, they just won the first title in season number 1, and it was in SP10. Sindre Setsas and Carl Jansen for core sim racing, finishing also in the first position in their first season. At the moment, the organization is working behind the scenes to get the cars in grid, and also the production is working hard. We have so many guys, as we have a couple of minutes to wait before we start. I can bring you a little background information back into your living room, because we have so many people sitting at the Nürburgring currently, as I am at home. My name is Jan Seifert, for those who missed the start of the live stream, and I will bring you with my commentary these races in the English stream back home to you. But at the Nürburgring, we have the whole production sitting there with people having in-game production. We have then the production for the live streams and so on. So many people working for you out there to bring you all the information and all the stream back to you at home. And now we just wait for the green flag for the formation lap for our 4 groups. As you know it, we have 1 race, 4 groups. We have SP9, SP10, Cup 2, SP3T, starting with a gap of 70 seconds in between before they see the green lights at the start and finish. And then we go into the 3-hour race of the H&R 3-hour race. So we just got the information. The organization are working on some issues with the servers. We have we will have to restart, unfortunately, these servers. And then we go into the race session. We will have a standing start, not a real standing start, but they go from a standing start, like in a safety car, into the formation lap. So you see a whole formation lap. That's pretty cool for you guys to see, as you know it from the racing at the real racing at the Nordschleife. You see a whole lap on the Nordschleife for these cars, and then we go into the racing, finally. So it's only a couple minutes away. Sorry about that for the waiting, but as you know, everybody is working hard and strong on these, in the organization. In my production feed, I just can tell you, in my production feed, I see all the time Olli Martini, and while we are talking here in City Scenic, we see Olli Martini and Patrick Simon, and they are having a good fun in the German stream. For those who are Germans, for you, I can really appreciate to go there. They have quite a lot of fun. We just wait here, seeing the track information, and as the servers will be restarted, and then we go in a couple minutes into the real racing. So you see, it's not only in a real racing at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. At this time of the year, I would say we would have about the same problems. Maybe not server problems, but maybe problems driving there. But when you see the camera angles out on the track, it's pretty sunny. So maybe not today. But yeah, so Nürburgring Nordschleife is always keen for some surprisings. And now, as I see here on my second screen, everybody's joining. And as soon as everybody is there, we got the confirmation that we go into racing. So, Nürburgring Nordschleife is the track. It's at 24.15 kilometers long. And as you see, for those who are keen in sim racing, 33 degrees centigrade track temperature. That's quite hot for these tires. So the drivers and teams really have to look for their tires to save them to go through. And then we have a 30 degrees centigrade out there in the outside temperature. And on the other hand, we see it's a bit cloudy. So it's so-called overcast, mostly cloudy. So that means track temperature is quite hot, but it should show us really good and fast lap times. H&R 3-hour race. It's the first race of the season of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. And now, as I say, after some little issues with the servers, the organizer just fixed that. They just fixed it, and they are just waiting for the drivers to join while we see a pretty sunny Nürburgring Nordschleife. What would I pay for it to be there now, driving at the Nürburgring, at the Nordschleife, under these conditions? Yeah, so it couldn't be better. clear sky as I see it, right? So the only thing which is missing is the cars going through Kurzanbindung here to the shortcut at the maybe NLS or the 24-hour race, whatsoever. So that's the only thing which is missing. And we go and see all the informations here for the race. And just to give you a short update from the race control, as I say, there will be a manual start, so there will be a standing start going into a formation lap. So we go in from the pit lane through the whole lap into formation lap, and then we see a real start, as you know it, in different groups from the Döttinger Höhe on. So now it's even more interesting. Race control is working hard because they have to sort out now all the cars in the right order to see everybody in the right order going out of the pit lane. And as soon as they did that, we will go back onto the track, showing you all the race action.
Check.
We have 5 races in this year's season, starting now, going then right before Christmas on the 19th of December. We go into the MAHLE 3-hour race. Then we, over the years, we have a little break until the 16th of January with race number 3. And then on the 20th of February, the NIMEX 3-hour race. And the last race will be the 6th of March. Race number 5, the final race where we crown our champions. Then hopefully we will have a close fight until there. So from now until the beginning of March, we will have the racing here at the DNLS. Okay, just a couple of cars missing. And I like the idea behind. I like the ideas behind that after the real racing season, we go into a so-called winter season with the DNLS. So you have, let's say, 365 days a year. You have pure racing at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So the idea is really nice for you, for us, to see the cars running all the time at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And yeah, so now there's no excuses anymore to not look into the live stream watching NLS or the NLS. At the race control, working really hard, we have Frank Thaler and Mark Henrizi. You may know. So these guys, they are working now hard to find the right order after qualifying. For those who are new, please stay there. We will start with the race quite soon. Just for those who are new again, we had to reboot the servers, and now waiting for everybody to join. As soon as everybody joined, we will go into a whole formation lap. So you see a whole formation lap, and on the Döttinger Höhe, you will see they form up in a 2x2 grid formation from the rolling start, as you know it from the NLS. And then in 4 groups, we go into the 3-hour race. It's not only a special year for all of us in 2020. It's also a special year in racing, as you see. And yeah, sim racing popped up quite huge in the beginning of the year. And we had the first lockdown, but now it stays on a quite nice level because so many drivers, so many also real drivers, they stayed with sim racing not only for a couple of months, a couple of weeks, but they are still running their professional racing teams just raced. And also the manufacturers, they were working hard in the background. And as you see, teams coming up like Mercedes-AMG, Team HRT, for example, or we have the BMW teams in SP9, for example. But also, we should not forget in the other classes, the professional teams we have there. For example, Butler Pal Racing, they coming also from real racing, and now, or they're coming from sim racing, doing a lot of stuff in real racing as well, and now here forming a team or more teams in the different classes in the DNLS. So really, really nice to see all these cars and drivers participating here at the DNLS. On the other speaker, I sometimes hear Mark Henrizi informing the teams all the time about the current standings, so the current situation, what is going next and what they're going to do. So that means just for us, wait a little bit. Maybe you can go to the fridge, grab another drink, and then coming back here for the next round, or for the first round and the next session, which will be the race. So just take the time that you can be there in front of your TV, your computer, your whatever, for the next 3 hours, as I will do, as we will do, and see all the action-packed battles at the Nürburgring Nordschleife here on the DNLS. The platform is iRacing, for those who are asking. We're driving here on iRacing in this simulation. And as a summary, we have 47 cars participating in this first race of this season. 17 cars in SP9, which is the GT3 class. We have 11 cars in Cup 2, which is the class with the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. Then we have the SP10 SP10 class with 13 cars. There we have the Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 and the BMW M4 GT4. And last but not least, we have the SP3T class with 6 cars driving the Audi RS3 LMS there. So these are all the classes, all the cars, and we just wait for the session to kick off. That's again the calendar I just told you, as we have now at the end of November, the first race, and then right before Christmas, second one break, middle of January, race number 3, and then in February and in March, the next races. Yeah, you see, they They're really working hard to get everybody back on track. So now everything should be set as I hear from race control. So race control just announced that they will go into the race session now. So now they go into the gridding of the race, and now finally we will see red cars racing at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Special track, special conditions, special time of the year. So now everybody is gridding up and at the start and finish line. So at the start and finish line, they will grid up now. Just for you to give you an idea about the procedure now, as we had to reboot the service, they will grid in the start boxes now, and then they will be sent one by one into a whole formation lap. So we see a whole formation lap over all the 24 kilometers, and then they will form a 2x2 formation grid at the Oettinger Höhe, and then the 4 groups will start into the 3-hour race. But to give you a little break and to give you a short time to go to the fridge, we will be back soon here at the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear in a couple of minutes. So Welcome back to the H&R 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear, and we see the cars rolling. So now, thank you very much to Race Control, all the guys around Mark Energy and Frank Thaler working really hard to bring the cars back on track after some server issues they had in the end of the qualifying of the first race of this season. Now we see Sami Matidrogen from MAHLE Racing Team in front. He is leading the pack over the whole Nordschleifen lap to go into the first race of the season. Behind, we have in second position then Laurin Heinrich from BS Competition, and in third his teammate Philipp Eng, also BS Competition. So these are the first three BMWs. And then we have Jesse Krohn from Williams Esport in another BMW, followed by Bruno Spengler, Team BMW Bank. So now these top 5 BMWs now going into, or they are in their formation lap. And my name is Jan Seifert, and I will go with you through the next 3 hours of racing here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Behind Spengler, we have Philip Ellis in Mannfilter Team HTP Winward, followed by Adam Christodoulou, Mercedes-AMG Team HRT Heusingfeld, Marcel Marcevic, Schnitzel-Alm Racing, and Nico Bastian, Mercedes-AMG Team Bilstein. Jan Maszakowski, Keep On Racing, RN Vision STS in his BMW, Martin Tomczyk, H&R Team Urano, Dan Harper, BMW Junior Team, Dirk Müller, Mercedes-AMG Team HRT AM Solution, Nick Zalewski in Dürrener Motorsport Club e.V. SP9, Michael Niemans Race Cars Esport, René Butler, Pal Motorsport, Sindre Setzas, Chorus Sim Racing Team, and last but not least, in Class SP9 we have Christian Andreas Franz from H&R Team by 5 Star. So these are the cars where we are here with Nico Bastian in his Bilstein Art car, followed by H&R Team Urano. Martin Tomczyk is driver there of this BMW Z4 GT3. So it's not even half a lap they made in the formation lap, but that's always, I can tell you from my experience over the last couple of years, that's quite a special moment. We didn't see that so far in the sim racing, that the cars go for a whole Nordschleifen lap, but that's quite special with all the spectators once they are at the track, around there, down at the barriers, waiting for you, waving to you. Also the marshals on the track are waving to you, this time not only with flags but also with their hands. So yeah, it's a special moment for every driver. It's an honor to drive the formation lap, but it's also kind of pressure in you, because then you are the one, while we see a car standing to the right of the track, which is should be car number 59 when I saw that right. We'll have a look at that. Because then you have to drive the start, and the start is also a tricky moment, also in endurance races. So yeah, it's both sides of the medal, and therefore we see all the cars driving here in the DNLS, in the Digital Endurance Series. We have the in the sporting code that the pro driver has to do the qualifying and the start of the race, so they cannot decide. So once you're a pro driver and you're categorized as a pro driver, you have to go into the qualifying and you have to do the start of the race as well. Split screen time, and in split screen we go into Cup 2 with Usher Racing in first position, followed by Butler Pal Motorsport DNLS Cup. I think they have in all the different classes, they have cars running. I think so. It should be like that. No, I don't think. I think SP3T not. Then followed by H2 Performance SRT in third position in the Cup 2 class with their Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. Going to Breitscheid. Team Nürburgring Esports. The black and yellow car in 4th position. Or you see above in the split screen, half of the lap done by Sami-Matti Drogen of this, the formation lap. Just for you, everybody, to be updated. 5th position, Rennwelt Pro Team. It's at the moment Chris Höcke at the wheel. In 6th in Cup 2 is Sim RC Cup 2. René Osterkamp is the driver of the car. Novell Racing Team racing with Ring Racing. That's this car, the blue car, and Taku Watanabe. He is the driver at the moment for the start of the race, while we are in 8th position with VS E-Motorsport by H2P. Jens Hartrampf is the driver. In 9th position, we have Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing. Tim Barnes at the moment in the 210 car, the gray and green one. Last but not least, we have VS Racing Esports Red, Till Behme. He is in 10th position in the Cup 2 class. Going into the SP10, Core Sim Racing GT4. At the moment, Marius Golombek, one of the really fast guys for Core Sim Racing at the wheel, followed by Team RSO 397. Niels Carstensen is the driver. Sim RC in 3rd position, SP10 Marcel Fassbender. In 4th, Undici Scuderia, Patrick Langau. He's the driver in this car there, in their Porsche Cayman GT4. You see here 718. That's the car's name. We are Racing, Jordan Kelly in their BMW, the 2nd BMW in 5th position. Sim RC was the 1st. Now VRA Racing is the 2nd BMW in 5th. 6th is BS Hype. Robert Heger is the driver here. And in his mirror, there's Keep On Racing RM Vision STS again, Maximilian Dehn. The last BMW in that formation is Schnitzelarm Racing Youngsters. Tim Neuser is the driver of this green car. You see also the same livery in SP9 with their Mercedes AMG GT3. And there behind we have Phil Hill. Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing is the team in their white car. Racetech Performance, Christoph Petersen behind them. And a VS Racing Esports Black, Gordon Obermann. And last but not least, Patrick Steuer for EPS Rennsport Esports in 12th position in the SP10 class. So the front of the field, Sami-Matti Drogen, he is in, should be Bellof S, if I see it right. So that's a bit time for us to go into SP3T for a couple of cars. Team Heusingfeld 404. Michael Schöttler is the driver there. He's followed by Sim RC SP3T, Felix Luding. Then we have Frozen Speed, Full Send Racing, DNLS, Steen Ledger in 3rd position. Here we see them in their number 485 car. All the cars in SP3T are in the 400s. Oscar Mangan, Core Sim Racing TCR in their well-known white and orange livery. They are in 4th position. In 5th is Marvin Strehl for Sim RC SP3T Pro Sim. That's the yellow car. And then just go through there to complete it. Low Grip Racing Team, Stefan Scheller in 6th, 7th, Daniel Mood, Race Line Sim Sports, and 8th position, Michael Polasek, Lone Wolf Motorsports. We are now here, a couple seconds away from the first start of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. We are at the Oettinger Höhe. Sami Matti-Trogen, he's on the right-hand side of the field. He's the leader. He is the pole sitter in the first race. He finished the qualifying first, followed by Laurin Heinrich and Philipp Eng. That's the top 3. And they're going now side by side, as you know it, from the NLS. Here they go side by side into the Antoniusbuche, down the hill. Usually you see on the left-hand side, there's the grid board. So now side by side. Now it's all up to Sami Matti-Trogen here in his MAHLE Racing Team BMW Z4 GT3. He will lead the pack onto start and finish straight. And then we will see the green light of the 2020-2021 season of the DNLS, starting with the H&R 3-hour race. Here we go. They go on to start and finish straight, and now it's up to Sami Matti-Trogen to keep the speed. And then we have the green light. Season number 2 has just started, and we are racing here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. What a fantastic start from Sami Matti-Trogen, but also behind him Jesse Krohn. He's already into 2nd position. He just jumped from 4th into 2nd. Now Laurin Heinrich, he can fight back, and he is now back in 2nd. So we have Trogen, we have Laurin Heinrich, and then we have Krohn in 3rd. But also a fantastic start from Philip Ellis. He jumps into 4th position, and then we have our first touch there. It looked like that the Bilstein car got a touch from behind. And Nico Bastian is the driver there. Probably we'll see a replay of that. Here we go. That's Tomczyk getting kissed by another BMW. From Core Sim Racing, Tristetsas is the driver there. So there are a couple of touches already there while we go into 2nd starting group in the Cup 2. And we have the Usher Racing team there. Usher Racing guiding 2022 or 227 car going now into the race. So what a start from Martin Usher, jumping away, but also a very good start from Kino Buschmann. And on the inside it's Thomas Asmussen, but he has to give back the position. But therefore René Kirchhoff for Nürburgring Esports, he jumped into 3rd position. And then we see in split screen the 3rd group starting also, which is the SP10 class. Core Sim Racing there in front, but already got attacked by Marcel Fassbender, Sim RC SP10. We see here in their yellow BMW M4 GT4 on the inside now Core Sim Racing together with Marius Gollenbeck. And he can fight back his pole position, his 1st place in the 2nd corner already. And last but not least, we have the 4th starting group, SP3T, And there it is. Michael Schöttler from Team Heusingfeld starting the field now, but in the slipstream probably Luding and Ledger can follow him. And then we have the first car. He braked a little bit, like it was Ledger. He braked a little bit. Yeah, it looks like the rear axle got locked, and on turning in, he just spun and then he got kissed by, it should be Daniel Mood, I think. Probably we also see a replay of that. So Ledger and Mood just crashed into turn number 1, but Michael Schöttler is leading the SP3T into the first lap, followed by Felix Luding from SimRC SP3T. That's the positions you see going into the first lap, while we are back here at the SP9 MAHLE Racing Team. Sami Matti-Drogen in front of Laurin Heinrich from BS Competition, and in third position is Jesse Krohn, Williams Esport. Philip Ellis is in fourth position. Philip Eng, he lost 4 positions, now only in fifth. Heinrich is already pushing and putting pressure onto Sami Matti-Drogen. These two guys, they were also in season number 1, the two guys fighting for the wins and showed their performance. Drogen is also experienced now in the rear racing at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Now here on board with Drogen, and we see through his rear wing, we see Laurin Heinrich in his BMW Z4 GT3, and he's pushing hard now. He's in the slipstream, and as we know from season number 1, usually before Mood Corner you cannot overtake, but Heinrich is now in slipstream, waiting a little bit, now pushing again, and probably he again can go to the right hand side, and he tries to overtake Sami Matti-Drogen for the lead right before Mood Corner. Can he pass Sami Matti-Drogen in his MAHLE Racing Team? Yes! We have a new leader with Laurin Heinrich from BS Competition in front of MAHLE Racing Team Sami Matti-Drogen. So what a battle already in lap number 1. These two guys really pushing hard. Going now into carousel. From now on, it's gonna be really hard for Drogen to overtake Heinrich. There are not too many places to try go through. Probably has to wait until Göttinger Höhe, and that's a good, if he stays like this behind Heinrich, is a good position to overtake. Again on board with Sami Matti-Drogen. What a sound it is. Through Brünnchen here, and it doesn't look that Heinrich can go away, and that's a good way for Sami Matti-Drogen to use the slipstream onto start and finish straight. Since it's us, Core Sim Racing here behind H&R Team Urano. These two guys, they had their first conversation already in turn number 1. And now Setsas tries to put pressure onto Martin Tomczyk. They are fighting in 11th and 12th position. Going into big jump of Landsgarten. Stefan Bellow is here. Going into Schwalbenschwanz. Now Tomczyk is blocking the inside line. Already fighting hard, and he had a little bit of oversteering there. That was the chance for Setsas to close the gap even more. And now early exit for Tomczyk on the outside of the Galgenkopf corner. Setsas tries to overtake, and now it's still Tomczyk, but a good way for, again, Setsas also here to use the slipstream, maybe to attack Tomczyk at the end of Döttinger Höhe. Now here he comes, Setsas in the slipstream of Tomczyk, now side by side onto Döttinger Höhe. And now he goes, he moves away, not to give a side draft. But Tomczyk is going back. And now they are waving a little bit to not give slipstream to the other guy. But here, that was a change. And Tomczyk now on 12th position, while Setsas is on 11th. Setsas starting from the back of the grid because they didn't set a lap time in qualifying. That's the first lap. Heinrich in front of Trogen, Krohn, Ellis, Eng, Spengler, Maciejewicz, Harper, Christodoulou, Zalewski, Setsas, Tomczyk, Franz, Butler, Müller, Nimas, and Nico Bastian, who I think got touched in the Mercedes arena. Here we see René Butler from Butler Pal Motorsport fighting for 13th position together with Andreas Franz and Dirk Müller. While we go into Cup 2, also coming back after their first lap. And it's still Martin Ascher in front of Kino Buschmann and René Kirchhoff. Leading the pack back here to start and finish. Now it's again WS Racing Esports Red on 7th position. Till Behme tries to overtake René Osterkamp side by side into Antonio Spuchel side by side. Give space, guys. And he made it. So Till Behme now on 6th position in front of René Osterkamp. Also here, Ascher, Buschmann, Kirchhoff, Asmussen, Höcke, Behme, Osterkamp, Hartranft, Watanabe, and Barnes. That's the order coming back after lap number 1 of the first race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Going into SP10 on board with the 398, Patrick Langau, UDG Scuderia. So he is following Robert Heger in BS Hype. That's the fight for 4th and 5th position. While in front we have now Marcel Fassbender, who he could make the jump over Golombek. So Golombek only in 2nd now, in front of Nils Carstensen, Team RSO, Robert Heger, BS Hype, Patrick Langau, UDG Scuderia, and Jordan Kelly, VRA Racing. That's the SP10 class after lap number 1. And here we are live in the battle for 14th and 13th position. René Butler, he made the move, or he tried to avoid the move, but then it was Müller, and on 17th is Christian Andreas Franz. They touched each other. I think race control will have a look on that. Here we see it again. Müller tries the move on the inside, but Franz tries also the move on Butler. So it's close racing for sure. But therefore, Franz he got spun by Müller, and we will see where this will end up. Now, therefore, Franz got back to 17th position. While in front, we see the fight for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position. No, sorry, for 3rd, 4th, and 5th position. So we have Jesse Krohn, Philip Ellis, and then Philip Eng fighting here. That's the Mannfilter HTP Winward car. Philip Ellis is driving at the moment. In front, there's Jesse Krohn, the BMW factory driver, in his Williams eSports car. And behind there is, in the BS competition car, Philipp Eng, BMW factory driver. All these guys have a lot of experience at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, participating in different NLS 24-hour races and so on. Now Ellis tries to move on the outside of Moot Corner, but Eng tries also the move on Ellis, but he stepped back. In split screen again, SB3T. There we have the fight. From that's the mid pack, all around Michael Polsek from Lone Wolf Motorsport. And the pack is leading Oscar Mangan. Has all around position 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We see here in SP3T. Low Grip Racing Team. That's the team of Stefan Scheller. And he loses a position now. So going from 6th to 7th position because Steve Ledger, Frozen Speed Full Send Racing, who got the spin in the beginning of the race, breaking into turn number 1. So he's fighting back now from last position SP3T to now back in 6th. And here in this class, we know from last season it's all about strategy as well, saving fuel, saving tires, and in the end, in the very end, we see who made the best strategy, who made the best cut, and that's the one who will be, or these are the ones who will be on the podium. Where we see nice onboards here to the back and to the front. Going into Meerseifen, the slowest part of the track. And going into SP9 class together with Jesse Krohn. And having a look on Philipp Ellis and Philipp Eng fighting there. Going into Antonius Bucher side by side. 3 wide now. 3 wide. Eng onto the dirt. Tries to move on both. Does he make it? Oh! Philipp Eng made the move on both. On Philipp Ellis and Jesse Krohn coming from 5th position into 3rd. What a move by Philipp Eng. What a move. Now Ellis tries again on Jesse Krohn. Into turn number 1. He's in the slipstream going into turn number 1 onto the inside line. Very late on the brakes. A little bit too late probably. And Krohn can go through again. What a fight here from these guys, from the pro drivers. That's exactly what we want to see and what we know from the previous season. Again, on board with Jesse Krohn in the Williams eSports car, the BMW Z4 GT3. He has Philipp Ellis in his mirror with his Mamba, yellow Mamba from Manfilter Team HTP Windward. But Alice still has to wait for another chance to pass Jesse Krohn there, because now they go back onto the Nordschleife. We are on board in the SP10 class. Marius Golombek is the driver at the moment of the Porsche Cayman Club Sport, here fighting with Marcel Fassbender, Sim RC SP10 in his BMW M4 GT4. While we have a replay here from René Butler. Just spinning. Probably you see the rear wing doesn't really look that promising. So probably he loses, not probably, for sure, he loses downforce because of his damage in the rear. And so he spun in Mercedes Arena. Going back into SB3T. Fighting, see the cars fighting there, and fighting here as well. Still, Laurin Heinrich in front of Sami Matti-Drogen from MAHLE Racing Team. So BS competition versus MAHLE Racing Team. But these guys know exactly what they are doing. They have the guys in the background for strategy, for spotting. They are really focusing on their car and let the drivers know in what place the other car is, that they do not crash, and that they know exactly how to behave. But they are so professional, both of them. I think they don't even need a spotter. They do so many races in sim racing, while Laurin Heinrich, he is the rookie champion of the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. So really strong performance in this year's Porsche Carrera Cup, coming from sim racing. So he started his career in I think it was Formula 4 with a pretty okay season. Then he was concentrating on sim racing, and now coming from sim racing, he went back into real racing as well. So doing both on a very high level. He's also in the junior program from a Porsche. So a very talented driver. While also Sami Matti-Drogen, he made his debut in the real racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. In I think it was an BMW M2, I think it should be. While we see in split screen, talking about these two guys, you see in split screen, the pressure is on now. Golombek putting massive pressure on Fassbender. It's the lead. It's for the lead in SP10 class. And there at this place of the track, there's no way to go around. While we see it should be H&R Team Urano, Martin Tomczyk behind them. I think so. Yeah, it's an SP9 car. So now it's both trying to let the SP9 car pass, but not let Golombek pass for Fassbender. Oh, a little bit on the green there, on the dirt. That's another chance for Golombek to close the gap. He goes onto the outside on the right-hand side before they go into Schwedenkreuz. And Arenberg, oh, there was the touch. What a save. What a save by Fassbender. He got a touch from Marius Golombek, but he saved it into Schwedenkreuz. To be honest, I've never seen a guy saving a car like this going into Schwedenkreuz. What a save by Fassbender, Marcel Fassbender from Sim RC SP10. Yeah, so, and therefore, you know now why he's in front, because he knows exactly how to go with his BMW M4 GT4 around the Nordschleife. But still, Golombek is on the rear bumper of Fassbender, searching for the gap, searching for the move to go back into the lead. He lost in the first lap. Here we go, Fassbender. Golombek a little wide in the exit of Kallenhardt. And then that was the chance again for Fassbender to stay in front. Here at Verseifen, no chance to overtake. While we have in split screen again the SB3T class. And as I told you, we have so close fights in these classes. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars there fighting so close together from lap number 1. And that is all around the 3rd up to the 8th position. Here we go. On the widescreen. The car in front is Michael Polasek from Lone Wolf Motorsports. Behind is Oscar Mangan and Core Sim Racing. In front of Marvin Strehl, Sim RC, Steen Ledger, Stefan Cella and Daniel Muth following. And now you can see also on the left-hand side the current standings of the teams and different classes. Here we see the move. We see the move from Marvin Strehl. No, Strehl is trying, but no way to go through for the Sim RC guy. In front of him, it's Frozen Speed Full Send Racing, Steen Ledger again. So he fight now. So he made the move and he is now in 5th position. As Strehl couldn't fight back at the revanche after the overtake. Back in the lead. Same but different. Different lap, but same positions. Heinrich still in front of Trogen. While we have in Cup 2, we see the fight all around Till Behme, VS Racing Esports Red and René Kirchhoff from Team Nürburgring Esports. They are fighting for 3rd and 4th position. First car in the pits, I can provide you that as well. We have Luca Wunsch now in the Butler Pal car. As René Butler went into the pit lane for their first pit stop. Now on board with René Kirchhoff, Team Nürburgring Esports. With the 208 car. What a sound again in the Porsche 911 Cup car. You couldn't get enough of it. Now going into, or to the back, to the rear of the BMW Z4, while we see we are now on board with Philipp Eng, and they're still in the pack. So it's still Philipp Eng here in front in third position in front of Jesse Krohn, and then Philip Ellis in the yellow Mercedes AMG GT3 car. We're really close to get him as Eng made the move 2 laps ago around both of them. Now he's not able to go away from Jesse Krohn. He now has the slipstream. Can he make the move into Moot corner? He tries it on the left, he tries it on the right, but he has to stay behind Philipp Eng. So after almost 5 laps of driving and a couple of pit stops already done, we just saw Philip Ellis going wide on the in the carousel. And again, a close fight in the SB10 class. We have the number 44 car there. In the SB10 class, it's all around the guys of Patrick Lungau, Lici Scuderia, and the fight behind. Marcel Fassbender there in the fight. We see a replay here for the change of the lead, I would say. Golombek tried the move on the inside, but Fassbender closed the gap, so they touched. It resulted in a spin for Golombek. Fassbender waited. Let's see. I think that's for sure. That's for race control to have a look at. So that means we have a new order in the class SP10, as Niels Carstensen from Team RSO is in front of Robert Heger, BS Hype, and Patrick Lungau in third position. Fassbender only in fifth, and Golombek only in 7th position. That made a big difference. We are again here on board with René Kirchhoff in his 911 GT3 Cup car, 5th position. Thomas Asmussen in front of him, H2 Performance SRT. And here, especially in the Cup car, it's not so easy to save tires, save fuel, because you really have to push hard, and it's not easy to drive in a 911 Cup car. Rumors say in iRacing, the Cup car is one of the hardest cars to drive. And therefore, it's not easy to drive it easy to make a move probably on the strategy. But we see Ascher racing, Martin Ascher himself in front with a gap of about 1.7 seconds to Butler Pal. Kino Buschmann is the driver of this car. We see there the white car following Ascher. And then we have quite a long gap of 13 seconds to Till Behme from Racing Esports. That's the order in the Cup 2 class. And in SP9, it's a change there as Philip Ellis lost another position to Bruno Spengler. Bruno Spengler now in 5th. We are riding with him here on board and see Philip Ellis only in 6th position. So as he lost his 3rd position, now he also lost his 5th position. He tries to move on Spengler. I think they're touched. And he's really pushing hard. And you could see that also in the carousel a lap before. He lost the car. He went outside. So probably there's a problem with the car of Philip Ellis as he loses quite a lot of positions. But now we also have 5 BMW Z4 GT3 in front. And then we have Ellis and Macevic from Schnitzelarm Racing in 6th and 7th position. It seems like that the BMW has a little bit of advantage to the Mercedes AMG GT3. There's no other cars, it's only these 2 manufacturers at the moment. While we see here Schnitzelarm Racing and Marcel Macevic at the wheel. And again, that's the fight in the SP3T. And that's the fight, or that was the fight for the first position. While we are back now here in SP10. And Golombek in the background tries to climb up. And we see here, that's the pack all around Robert Heger, Patrick Lungau, Jordan Kelly, Marcel Fassbender, Golombek and Dehn, who are really close together. Golombek and Fassbender now again almost back together. And that's the fight again for the lead in SP3T. as Schüttler still in front of Luding. The Team Heusingfeld in front of Sim RC SB3T. Luca Wunsch still in the pit lane from Butler Pal Motorsport. And he is probably having a repair, or had his fast repair and now sitting his penalty, his 5 minutes penalty, because he is 4 minutes and 20 seconds already in pit lane. While we see in split screen again the fight for the lead in SP3T. And Golombek made the move on Fassbender in the small split screen in SP10. Again, Golombek on the inside versus Jordan Kelly. And now Golombek back in fourth position after he got spun by Fassbender. There you see the class of Marius Golombek, but also Fassbender. Both were in the gravel at the Grand Prix circuit once they touched 2 laps ago, but now they are fighting back their way. As I say, Golombek's already in back in 4th position, while Fassbender in 6th. And we see here Ellis made the move again over Spengler. So again here Ellis back in 5th, Spengler in 6th position. And for those who are wondering or came in a bit late, the car of Bruno Spengler is because of server issues. He has a white car. Usually, you know, the team BMW bank is a black car. So it's because of server issues. No issues until now. I have these 2 guys. It's Laurin Heinrich in the BS competition car, followed by MAHLE Racing Team Sami Matti Drogen. From the beginning of the race, they are as close as they are now together. It's 0.2 of a second. And then there's a gap of 11 seconds to Philipp Eng in 3rd. Here and there, Drogen tried to overtake Laurin Heinrich, but he knows exactly that it's all about strategy, and both teams proved that their strategies work out. I can remember a race in the last season where Drogen made a move from almost back of the field to the victory of the race. But the same for Heinrich. They know exactly what they are doing on both on the track and also in the pit lane with their strategy. And if you know Laurin Heinrich, maybe some of you know this guy, when you see him, you don't really think that he's such a racer. I mean, he's a really good racer, but he looks so undercover, and so when he's in the car, he's always focused, but he stays so cool. The only time I saw him not being so cool was when he started when he started on pole position last race of the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. He made quite a couple of mistakes, and he was arguing to himself, so he was mad about himself. But usually he's so cool in the car. But also Sami Matidron, he's a very professional driver, especially in sim racing, and these guys know exactly what to do and when, making no strange moves. Okay, maybe there was one Heinrich and I think it was Kaschube they made in last season's one of last season's race in the last lap at Hohenrhein chicane. They touched each other. I mean, they finished still, I think, first and second, but their teammates seeing teammates crashing is not always funny. But yeah, they really. But there you see how they fighting. They're fighting really hard for every single victory, every single podium, and they're not really let anybody go through. And here we are back at the H&R 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. And we have a new leader as Adam Christodoulou is in front, and Laurin Heinrich on second, Alex Arana third, because they made already their first pit stop. Adam Christodoulou wasn't in the pits yet, so the virtual leader we see here is Laurin Heinrich, still in front of MAHLE Racing, Alex Arana. So Heinrich stood in the car, Arana now changed with Sami Matitrogen. That's the short update you got from after the break. And so we saw the first pit stop after 7 laps. Usually it should be 8 laps, but as we had the formation lap running as a whole lap, it was 7 laps now only. On board, we had to keep on racing our Envision STS sitting in 5th position, not having done their pit stop. Not having done the pit stop yet. They are following Tinto Setsas in Core Sim Racing, the runner-ups in SP10 last year, now in SP9 class. But that's, as I say, the fight for 4th and 5th position, while Corvo was already in pit lane. So they already had their pit stop done. Keep on racing. That's a team. They're doing quite a lot of stuff in sim racing, partnering up with our Envision STS. This team is formed, as I say, by different teams and well-known drivers. Gabriele Piana, for example, is in their second car, one of the well-known drivers at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, driving for the former Black Falcon team, now the Mercedes-AMG Team HRT. While we are here with Adam Christodoulou, Mercedes-AMG Team HRT Heusingfeld. So that's one of the cars in their 8th lap. So it's the 8th lap, while all the other cars had to pit after 7 laps. So this strategy maybe works out, as we have Danny Chiusa as team manager behind the team. So that's the real Mercedes-AMG Team HRT, you know, from the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And Danny Chiusa is in charge of the esports team. And together with Lukas Müller, they are forming the core team and will be supported by, for example, Adam Christodoulou, the 2016 winner of the 24-hour race of the Nürburgring, as well as Nico Bastian and Dirk Müller as pro drivers, for example, here at the NLS. So this guy, or this car, is one of the only ones who was not in pit lane yet. And we have we will see this guy in the pit lane shortly, I think. While Danny Chiusa is in the other car of the team. Adam Christodoulou, who made his debut in sim racing beginning of the year, last season, and he told me his girlfriend is not very much looking forward to that because he's practicing and driving and streaming quite a lot and so therefore he's quite into that, and his performance is just increasing all the time, and what he's saying is as a pro driver you have to practice all the time to be fast enough. But he is, so he's in a second position, this guy. It's still Laurin Heinrich. And on third position, we have Alex Arana for MAHLE Racing Team. Here, who changed with his teammate, Sami Mati Drogen. Choresim Racing, Sindre Setsas. He's in fourth position now. Also already made the pit stop, if I can see it right. Followed by Keep On Racing, Aaron Wischen, Vasilios Veletsios, Tis, Dominik Steib in a sixth position for Williams Esport, changed with Jesse Krohn. And then we have Alex Voss in the number 90 car BS competition. We can see here Simpro driver driving together with Philipp Eng. Then we have Nils Koch in the BMW Bank BMW Z4 together with Bruno Spengler, Michael Niemas Racing Esports in 9th position, and in 10th Marcel Marcevic. Schnitzelarm Racing is completing behind him in the top 10. So also Marcevic is staying in the car while Niemans wasn't in the pits yet. 11th position is Alexei Iloma. So they lost quite a lot of positions in the pit lane. BMW Junior Team, Neil Verhagen in 12th. While Christian Andreas Franz wasn't in the pit lane yet as well. And Danny Chiusa on 14th position in the Bilstein car. We can see here on 14th position. And the guy who is sharing the car together with Danny Chiusa, we have now here, as you could hear me for about more than 2 hours now, just me. We have Nico Bastian here in the commentary booth. Hi Nico, and Nico, how was your first stint?
Hi guys, hi Jan. Qualifying was not the best for sure. We were concentrating on the race setup all week long, but for sure also next time we have to focus a little bit on qualifying setup. But the start was very good. I was very, very happy. I was on the outside, could gain all those places already, but then I got a nice little kiss by Bruno Spengler in the third corner, so I spun around, and then I was dead last in my group in the GT3 field. After that, also with a little bit of damage, my pace was really good. So that was also a very big improvement from last year, as last year was really not on the level where I wanted to be, but this year the performance is much better, at least in the race. Like I said, in qualifying I still have to find something, but in the race the pace was really good, and without the time lost in the third corner would have been a really good track position as well. But now Danny Chiusa's in the car, my team boss as well, and he's very quick, so for sure we will gain now some positions.
We just saw that your teammate Adam Christodoulou was in the pit lane just now. So he was one of the only ones who did 8 laps. So do you think that's a good strategy for because he did 1 lap more, as we did 1 whole formation lap. We are not used to that in iRacing or here in the DNLS. But do you think that can work out for your teammates as well?
Actually, we have no other chance, so we cannot do 8 laps at the start. So I would have been maybe at Brünchen and ordering a sausage from the fans because I run out of fuel when I do 8 laps. So there was no other option, to be honest. So I don't know how Adam can do that, if he has a secret there to save fuel. But this we also have to see after the race.
Yeah. So, and do you go for another stint in the car, or is Danny now doing the last 2 hours?
Yeah, Danny is doing the last 2 hours. Like I said, he's a pro. I'm still learning. I'm still like a rookie in that championship, and he's doing now a double stint to the finish. So that's our race strategy.
Coming from sim racing to the real racing, Nico, how was your 2020 season? As it was a quite special season for all of us. But how was your season? What did you do? And what happened in 2020, the short 2020 season?
I did a little bit of everything. I didn't do a full season in one championship, which is not super perfect for sure. But on the other side, I had the chance to do GT Open, one race with a customer of myself, actually, a private customer. So this is a very cool project. I will continue also with him for next year in GT Open. So that's a very cool project. I coach him now for over 1 year, and he's a very good guy, and it's fun to see the development of him. Then I did for sure the 24-hour race of the Nürburgring. As everybody knows, it was not a big success for Mercedes-AMG and the HRT team, unfortunately. Qualifying was very strong, but we had not the luck you need for the 24-hour race. So in the end, we were P9, which was okay, but for sure not the result we wanted to have. And my highlight was actually the 2 races in America. So I was able to do 2 races in a GT4 car in the IMSA series in Atlanta and Laguna Seca, and that was really my highlight this year. That was really cool, a lot of fun, and I hope I can continue there for next year as well.
As we have the this year's DNLS season, or the winter season, going from 2020 to 2021, so filling the winter break, and are you doing the whole season together with the team, or in which races we see you?
That's the plan for sure. So as the Mercedes-AMG team HRT Bielstein wants to be part of this championship in a proper way, as you can see on our car liveries, as you can see how we play this whole story, we really think that this is like a second team. So we run this sim racing stuff as a proper second team, and so we want to be in the championship full time, also with the driver lineup we have now. But for sure, if there's a clash, for example, as I know, Dubai is clashing with Dylan S3, I guess. There we have to find a solution, maybe, if I'm doing Dubai. But for example, that might be a problem. So we want to be part of this championship full time as a team with the cars we have, and also with the drivers.
Where do we see Nico Bastian in 2021?
I hope in Dubai.
Not only sim racing, also real racing.
I for sure on the sim, for sure. I hope in Dubai, which is not finalized yet, but looking not too bad. Then 24-hour race Nürburgring for sure. So there we want to come back as well with a strong driver lineup as Mercedes-AMG as a factory supported team as well. Also with our partners we have for sure. So there's still something open. So we want to finish on the podium, on the middle spot in the best case. That's for sure. And all the rest, to be honest, it's totally open yet. It's too early to say where we gonna be next year, where I wanna race. But a lot of talks in the moment about that, but nothing finalized. As you know, it's too early for now.
what is Nico Bastian doing now? Well, we see a replay here from the Porsche class. Ooh, there we saw the crash of the number 276, which is Simon Grossmann. So he got touched and crashed in after Schwedenkreuz. Car looks quite heavily damaged and probably has to use his fast repair. So that was just because it was in the picture. Nico, coming back to you. Now, as you say, Danny is driving the last 1 hour and 54 minutes. Do you stay with him in the chat, or do you spot him? What is your job now?
Well, I'm spotting a little bit, but he's a pro, so he doesn't need so much help and assistance.
You need more. You need more spotting.
Absolutely, absolutely. Like I said, I'm a rookie, which is nice. It's different. It's cool. So it's a different world, and I like it. It's cool. It also changes your mind a little bit and makes you fresh a little bit. That you can learn so much. So it's cool. I stay with him for sure because we are a team. So for sure I stay here and I help him if he needs help in case of maybe doing pit strategy and adjusting a little bit the setup maybe during the pit stop, because I have more time now and I can do it easy from my computer. But actually, there's not so much to do now.
Thank you very much, Nico. Nico Bastian driving for Mercedes-AMG Team HRT Bilstein. It couldn't be longer, your name. So thank you very much. Number 4 car at the moment in 11th position. So thank you very much, Nico, for your time, for taking your time coming here, and crossing fingers for you. Let's see where you can end up. I think it's also not too easy at the moment for the Mercedes-AMG GT3.
Yeah, so for sure. BMW is looking very strong. You could see the qualifying results. The cars are very strong, the BMWs on one lap, but also over the race distance. There are also very professional racing teams in there. BS Competition, MAHLE Racing Team, Williams Esports. They are high professional racing teams for sure as well. But yeah, the gap is maybe a little bit too much. But I don't want to complain so much that 6 seconds are only the BOP what we are behind. It's for sure also driving in our setup. But you can see that they are very strong, the BMWs. So yeah, let's see for the season how we can also develop there.
Thank you very much, Nico. And now back to your teammate, Danny Chiusa. And as I say, thank you very much, Nico. Crossing fingers for you, for your team. And yeah, see you next time.
Thanks, Jan. Keep pushing as well.
Thank you.
On the
Bye-bye.
microphone.
Bye-bye. That was Nico Bastian driving the number 4 Mercedes-AMG GT3, while we are here on board with NIMEX Race Cars Esports. So Lennart Rau is in the car now after the pit stop. So he's fighting on track with Dirk Müller, who is not in the car, I think. As they had their first pit stop also. No, Florian Denzler is in the car, but it's only on a track position. It's not a fight for the position. So, and we saw a couple of changes also in the different classes while Nico was on the microphone. For example, did we see the change in the Cup 2 class, for example, where Sebastian Fidelak lost his position, his 5th position, to Samir Ibrahimi. So just to give that to you while we were in the interview. Going into the class SP10, Team RSO 397. Nils Lorenz is the driver at the moment here, followed by this car, Core Sim Racing GT4, Pascal Stix is the driver with about 12 seconds gap to the leader. And then we have Sim RC SP10, Matthias Schoger, another 4 seconds behind Core Sim Racing in their Porsche, in their BMW, sorry. Another BMW, Maximilian Dehn, Keep On Racing RM Vision STS with the other car, followed by Marius Zug from BS Hype in 5th position. Tim Neuser, Schnitzelalm Racing Youngsters is this car. Here we see now here Schnitzelalm Racing. They are in 6th position. Already over a minute away from the leaders. And then behind we have Marco Poyer in the Racetech Performance Porsche Cayman. Another 20 seconds behind Schnitzelalm. Christian Schickhuber for WS Racing Esports Black. In 8th position. While he gets lapped by Mats Torge Hutzfeld from Mercedes-AMG Team HRT Heusingfeld. Then we have Alex Czerny from Undici Scuderia in 9th, and completing top 10 is Peter McCann. VRA Racing is the team. These are the teams in SP10. We have Fabian Sitter from Mühner Motorsport Sim Racing and Patrick Steuer from EPS Rennsport Esports in the pit lane for quite a long time already. I think they retired the car. Did not disconnect yet, but they are for too long in the pits already. Looking into SP3T, Jürgen Frank, Sim Racing RC SP3T is leading there in his yellow and black car. He is followed by Marcel T from Team Heusingfeld in the typical Heusingfeld liveries. They have them for quite long, and you really can pick them out. Already 3 seconds behind at Sim RC. And then we have Frozen Speed Full Send Racing DNLS, 15 seconds behind the leader. Lars Bohl is in the car at the moment after their pit stop. Behind Lars Bohl we have Florian Voite from Sim RC SP3T Pro Sim. And then Core Sim Racing Oskar Mangan. And Michael Polasek, Lone Wolf Motorsports. In 6th position, 7th position, Daniel Muth, Raceline SimSports. This car, the yellow, the white, orange and black car. And on 8th position, Christian Schmitz from Low Grip Racing Team. These are the cars in SP3T. And let's have a look back to SP9, as we have in front still Laurin Heinrich, but Dominik Steib is sharing the car with Jesse Krohn for Williams Esports in 3rd position. We see in the picture now. Williams Esports, professional team in sim racing. They are also partnering with this team, MAHLE Racing Team. It's also the background is still Williams Esports, but they are forming up as MAHLE Racing Team because of their main sponsor on the car, and but the people behind is still Williams Esports. We are almost halfway through. And we go into the cockpit of Alex Arana, MAHLE Racing Team, and listening to the sound of the BMW Z4 GT3. Riding on board with these cars is always so much fun, and when you listen to the sound, it's just amazing to follow them. And Alex Arana, he's the driver of this car, MAHLE Racing Team, sharing the car with Sami Matti-Trogen. Sami Matti-Trogen, he qualified on pole position after qualifying, and now they're now in second as they got overtaken by BS Competition, Laurin Heinrich, who's still in the car and still leading the race. Then we go into Schnitzelalm Racing. Still Marcel Marcevic in the green Schnitzelalm car. At the moment, everything is a little bit settled. So everything is settled in the positions. And now it begins and it starts to count on the strategy. While Florian Denzer got lapped. They had a pretty bad start, as Dirk Müller was twice in the pit lane for a long pit stop, repair pit stops, and so they got back to 17th position in class, 35th position overall. Here we are back with the leader, both with the leader overall and in class, Laurin Heinrich from BS Competition. And while we are here driving with the leader in the overall class, we have another interview here in the international stream, as René Butler joined us for some questions I have, because they are new. That's a pretty new team in the DNLS in so many classes, and hopefully René can hear me as well. So welcome, René, to you, your team, and I don't know if he can. He can hear me. He can hear me. Yeah, okay. I was just a little bit confused.
There we go. Now I actually hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I was just a little bit confused because your microphone was turned off.
Yeah, I was turned off. Not that you drag me in while I'm still on Discord with the team and say something really stupid or something.
Okay, I just told the stream that your team has a pretty decent entry here in so many or in different classes. You driving here as well. Tell us how was your first stint, and how does it come that you form such a huge team now here in DNLS?
Yeah, I mean, since we last met, which was Le Mans, I think 2 years ago, right?
Correct, yeah.
And had fries together next to the track. A lot of things happened. So 2019, I actually decided that I want to go from sim racing to real racing. So we bought 2 cars for the real NLS. Obviously, we had to go through RCN. And with that, we also grew on the sim racing side. I didn't compete for years now. And then when the new season came up with the NLS, I said we should really be involved, because we're a sim racing team that went real racing, right? Not being in the virtual version of the season doesn't make a lot of sense. Then I realized that I have to drive myself in SP9. So someone had to suffer with me on that car, as you saw in qualification. But I'm super happy about our entry in the Porsche Cup. I mean, we're currently leading. The guys are super talented, super happy with how we were able to actually create lineups in roughly a year now that are competitive on all major sims, winning championships, being at the forefront of those championships, and now also in the DNLS. So I just tried to catch up, basically. I was kind of happy with my first stint, the first 3 laps, let's say like that. I won, I think, 6 positions at the start. I'm normally pretty good on cold tires, and even though I don't have a lot of experience in iRacing and in these cars here, you know that racing experience always kind of transfers, right? So I could do some crossover maneuvers, win some positions here and there. And yeah, then unfortunately I clipped the front end of Nico Bastian up Tiergarten, and that threw us all the way back.
But your team is not only in one or the other world at home. I mean, your team tries to connect both worlds, as I'm right. So as you also forming up the team, as you say, in NLS or in RCN as well. Tell us about this project. I think it was last year, right? With the when you started teaming up with some of the YouTubers and sim racers as well, to bring them into real life racing.
Yeah, so basically the idea behind this team is that we wanted to give people a chance to become part of motorsport instead winning a competition. I mean, you know, I'm involved in esports for over 15 years now. There had been really good, let's say, career opportunities with winning McLaren Shadow. I mean, looking at Rudy van Buren, right? Who created an amazing career out of that. But I always felt like it's kind of sad for all those people that are not hot lappers, right? Or just can't make it, because motorsport, even for sim racer, you can be very successful in motorsport, even if you're not 1 out of 100,000 in whatever competition. So the idea was to, instead of having separated teams like I would say most of the classic motorsport teams have currently, they basically have a real team, right? And then they have sim racing team. We wanted to do the same, like both championships with the same people. So we started to. I started with P1 TV. It's a friend of mine, Michael Volk. We got Jimmy Broadbent involved early on, but unfortunately due to Corona, you couldn't make it. We had Dave Gaming with us last year. And I always said if we go somewhere to practice, for example, I always take people from our sim racing grids that didn't have the opportunity yet to actually try our cars on real tracks to let us see how good they are, to let them enjoy it, basically. And then when it comes to the races, there's obviously still money involved because there's no chance for me to finance that all on my own. So we still have to rely on sponsors and money from our drivers, although we don't let anyone buy the way into this team. It's just, if you're a sim racer, then you can basically team up with us. Most of the drivers are from our own lineups. Sometimes we have drivers coming from different sim racing lineups. And yeah, the rest of the team, race engineer that we tried on the 6-hour race, race mechanics, they're all sim racers. So it's kind of cool. It's bringing the sim racing family together for a weekend of real motorsport and trying to learn with them, because I had no experience in that for either. So it had been my first 6-hour race in the VLN, for example, and now NLS. This year, where we could even grab a pole position in front of Spritzek, which was probably my highlight of the year. So yeah, we just try to do both with the same guys and try to not separate sim and real motorsport, because the drivers proved with everything they did, mechanical work or driving, that they're very, very talented.
Last but not least, what is the goal? Do you see the team? I mean, we have a winter season going from 2020 to 2021 in the NLS here. But where do you see the team firming up for the next couple months and probably in 2021?
I mean, for winter season now, we just want to make sure that we're focusing on the right championship in sim racing, because all of these guys want to drive and they would prefer to drive the entire day. But we will not make it to the top if we try to rush into everything. So it's now kind of the part where we try to sort our entries in sim racing. Obviously, we still prepare 2 or 3 new drivers from the sim racing lineup to make it into the real car for the actual season next year in 2021. Mm-hmm. So that's another project. So we're doing a lot of coaching, practicing, and all that. That's why I live here at the Nordschleife, right? The track is still open, so we can do tourist driving. And then in 2021, if everything runs super, super well, and we might find another sponsor, then the aim is actually to go for the class championship in the Cup Astra in NLS. And the big goal for the team is to have an entire sim racing lineup for a 24-hour race. If we make that in 2021, I don't think so, because due to how 2020 looked like, we lost a lot of races for our license. Like we always finished, which is good, but we had less races, right? So we couldn't get everyone through to grab their FIA international license, so we're not ready yet for a 24-hour race. Though I assume we won't make that for 2021, although that's the actual goal.
René Butler from Butler Pal Motorsport. At the moment, your car is 15th position. Luca Wunsch is in the car, but your sister car in the Cup 2 is on a very good 2nd position with Till Norvik at the moment. Thank you very much for joining us here, René, and best of luck for you and for the next races and for all your projects you have. So thank you very much for joining.
Well, thanks for having me. See you next time. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And what we do is we immediately switch to another 2 guys. They are waiting in my waiting room here, and I think I will disturb now their conversation now. I think so. I just pulled them both into the commentary booth because I heard them already discussing. Adam Christodoulou and Philip Ellis, they just jumped out of the car a couple laps ago. Adam, starting with the Mercedes-AMG Team HRT Heusingfeld. It couldn't be longer. So how is your sim racing season going? As I know from all your Instagram and whatever channels, your racing season was like mine. Not so many races, I would say.
Are you able to mute yourself a little bit? It's extremely loud. I feel like I'm next to the race car. So this year was a bit of a weird one. In real life, I didn't get too many races. I only did 5 this season. I had 20 planned, so instead I've been concentrating on doing a lot of sim stuff instead, which has been pretty cool. And so I only got my rig in April, and I've been driving basically weekly, trying to get up to speed, and it was a bit of a frustrating start to that race. It was a bit scrappy, and we ended up with wing damage, which I think cost us at least a second a lap. And so I was just almost circulating until I got out of the car, which was a bit of a shame. I don't think our position in the race is really showing our actual true performance, sadly.
Do you do the whole season in DNLS, or only a couple of races?
So I will do as much of the DNLS as I can. I think we're still waiting for certain calendars to come out for the real world stuff. So once all of that's confirmed, then I'll commit to as many as I can, because I'm really enjoying the online community. It's just great. I stream basically every time I come online, and so there's normally plenty of people in the chat, and it's just great being able to, I suppose, communicate with everyone. It's a little bit quiet when I get back in the normal race car, and I'm just in there on my own with my engineer.
I just see it all the time when you post it on Instagram, for example, that you're online. Is it possible to drive together with Adam Christodoulou in community races or whatever, or is it just you and you just stream it on Twitch?
So I stream. Sorry, I just managed to mute it.
He muted again.
Sorry, I've got too many buttons. I don't know what I'm pressing. So, sorry, who was that question directed at?
To you, just to you. So, is it possible to, as I see so many, sometimes you just post it on Instagram that people can join you. Is it only for Twitch, or can they join you also on community races and servers, or is it just you driving and showing that on Twitch?
So I do a lot on Twitch, but on Mondays I do Monday Mad Moradmas night, which is generally from 10 o'clock, and anyone can join that. Daniel Morad ends up setting up a server for us all to jump in. There's different cars, basically anything from skippers to GT3s to prototypes, so that people can join in on that. And then every now and again, mainly at the Nürburgring, I'll open up a server just for people to come and join in and have some fun, basically. But that's really what obviously I do it right now for the competition, and obviously to do as best as we can, but a lot of the time I do it just to have fun and enjoy myself, and it's just been great, I suppose, keeping your reactions a little bit sharp. The physics in iRacing aren't 100%, but the online community and the multiplayer is brilliant, and that's what I'm enjoying the most. So yeah, I'm online most evenings, and the last 2 weeks I've been doing the VCO with some of the Formula One boys, which has been really exciting to see how incredibly quick they are as well online. But no, I do as much as I can, and yeah, I advise anyone if they're able to come online and to join in with all the fun.
How to do it? Just tell the people how to do it, because I think there are some of them out there in the stream as well who want to join you. So
my Twitch stream is twitch.tv/Adam Christodoulou. So it's my full name, so you probably have to Google that to be able to spell it. And then basically, when I do come online, depending on the server, some of them are open and some of them are private, and it's just come and get stuck in. I post a lot of stuff on my Twitter and Instagram as well, just to say what I'm doing and when. And I've also got Discord, my own Discord server, and there's a great community in there. I've got people that race on Assetto Corsa a lot, R-Factor and iRacing, so if anyone's ever got any issues, then they can always ask a question in that, and more than likely someone's going to have the answer for them, which is also great. They've definitely helped me a lot setting up my sim, my rig and all the graphics and everything, because like I said, I was new to this starting in April, and at first it is quite overwhelming, but the online community for all the racing and everything's brilliant, and everyone's just willing to help, which is great.
Adam Christodoulou, driving for the Mercedes-AMG Team HRT Hosingfeld. Thank you very much. I'm very much looking forward to your team because you was one of the only ones who did 8 laps in the beginning of the race. Now you are in a 3rd position with Sami Matidrogen from MAHLE Racing, who was in the pits for the 2nd time. Jesse Krohn as well. I'm very much excited about your strategy in the end. Will you be one more time in the car, Adam?
I'm now finished, so I've handed over to the pros. So now it's their job to try and fix whatever damage I may have caused.
It's Mats. It's Mats and Jan, right?
Yeah, Mats and Jan. They are incredibly quick. It's frustrating actually because of course I go out, I feel like I've done the lap of my life, and then they just go 3 seconds quicker, and I'm scratching my head. But it's great. I've been doing a lot of testing with them, and we run all the data software, and so we can see where I'm gaining and where I'm losing. And it's just, I suppose they've fine-tuned their driving to the sim, and I'm still just chipping away at it. But from a few months ago, I'm a different driver on here, and it's great to obviously be a lot more competitive now. And we managed to win last season, so we'll see whether we can do the same at some point during this season. Sadly, we picked up a little bit of damage in this race, so we're just falling back a little bit lap by lap, which is a bit of a shame, but we'll see how we get on in some of the other races later on.
Adam Christodoulou, thank you very much. Crossing fingers for you, your team, and the next races. Thank you very much for joining us here.
Thank you very much.
Coming to Philip Ellis, the other one who's waiting until or for a long time already. What we saw in split screen here is that the sister car of Adam had a crash in a mood corner. It was the Bilstein car. Danny Giusa was in charge there. Philip, is it that hard to drive such a sim racing car? Doesn't even matter which brand it is around here. That also the pros make such mistakes.
Yeah, I think definitely, especially on the Nordlife. I mean, you know it from the real life. It's very little margin for error, and in the sim race, of course, you don't have the feedback that you have in the real car. So you only have the visuals, the audio, and whatever hardware you use through the steering wheel, that you actually feel the car and know what it's doing. So it's, I think that's what most people struggle with to get used to when they jump from a real car to the sim, because it's just a different type of driving, and not only the physics aren't, as Adam said, not perfect. They are pretty close, but they are different. So you need a different driving style, and you know, when everybody's on the limit and giving 105, 110% each lap to stay with the front pack, then things like that happen, unfortunately. But it's all part of the game. But yeah, it's very unfortunate that the Bilstein car doesn't look as proper as it did at the start of the race.
You had a pretty decent start. So your start was pretty good, to be honest. You jumped in front to the pack, but then you lost quite a couple of positions. Isn't the AMG as strong as the BMW, or what's the reason why you start struggling a little bit after a couple of laps we could see?
Yeah, my start was really good. I think I made up 2 positions, so I knew that we don't really have a pace advantage in the Mercedes at the moment on track. So the most positions you can make up is always at the start, where there's a lot of cars and a lot of chaos. So I tried to use my chances and leaned a bit on Philipp Eng. But it all worked out in the end, and we jumped up to P4. But after that, we're not a sitting duck, I wouldn't say, on the straights, but we definitely have a disadvantage to the BMWs, and we're not faster anywhere else. So the Döttinger basically being the only part on the track where it can actually overtake cars, and we can't really overtake the BMW, makes it really hard to do anything from there on. And yeah, so you know, nothing really happened after that. I fell back a bit, battling with Philip and Jesse, and I mean, we had a blast battling each other, but yeah, after that we just couldn't keep the pace of the BMW, unfortunately.
You do, as we know, probably the whole DNLS season with the team, right? Because you are kind of in charge of the team as well. Am I right?
yes and no, because it's like it's a partnership with the HTP team, with Manfield, and also the sim racing team, NIMEX Racing. So that's where the two pro sim drivers come from. And I'm basically trying to connect all three parts of these. And of course, we're gonna try to do all the races. And I hope we don't have any clashes with any real races. But you never know, unfortunately. So at the moment, I would say yes, but I can't promise.
What is your 21 season looks like? Any seats fixed yet so far, or not only sim racing but in real racing as well?
No, unfortunately not. I think I have more sim racing races fixed at the moment than real racing, which is unfortunate. But you know, it's how it goes. It's going to be a short winter at least this time, since our season ended in November, so it's not as bad as it usually is. But yeah, nothing fixed yet. But I'll let you know.
What is your goal, where you want to go? America, you did quite a lot of stuff in America as well 2 years ago. I don't know if last year as well, or this year as well, this season as well. Did you go to the US for racing?
Yeah, we did. I think it was 4 races in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, which is essentially the American GT4, and it's a side program of the IMSA. So I did a few races there. We did Daytona and finished on the podium. So that was great fun and a great experience for me as well to be in America and do the races there. But due to the pandemic, we couldn't do as many races as we were hoping for at the beginning of the season. So of course I'm hoping to be back in 21, and you know, there's a lot of possibilities to go racing, have a proper program. I'm hoping to be back on the Nordschleife, of course, as well, for the 24-hour next year again. The GT Masters is a main program as well, which I'm still hoping for. I think we had a good, successful last weekend then in Oschersleben with a win and a 3rd place with Raffaele. So there's a lot of things and possibilities that are open at the moment, and yeah, but nothing fixed yet, unfortunately.
Hopefully we can see, as Raffaele did last week, signing Philip Ellis for Mercedes-AMG as a factory driver contract.
Yep, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed for you. Philip, thank you very much for joining us here as well, giving us these insights to your team, your driving, and your season. So thank you very much, and crossing fingers for you. At the moment, you're leading. You're in the first position. Alexei Iloma is in the car, and maybe you were talking with Adam how to do 8 laps in the beginning, because he was one of the only ones who did 8 laps. So crossing fingers for you and your team, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jan. See you soon.
Bye bye. And we are back after some interviews with the driving on the track, and we could see that the car from Adam Christodoulou, the number 101 Mercedes-AMG GT3, fell back a little bit, got overtaken by Krohn, Sami Matti-Trogen, and so on. So all of them, so Rainer Telver is in the lead now, changing the seat with Laurin Heinrich. Sami Matti-Trogen in 2nd position. He's now back in the car after Alex Arana did the middle stint, and Jesse Krohn is back in the Williams eSports car. All of them had their 2nd pit stop, waiting for Alexei Iloma for his 2nd stop, as well as Mats Torge Hutzfeld. These are the 2 guys in front of the pack who didn't do their 2nd pit stop yet. Now in the picture is the Schnitzelalm Racing. J-Mo Hedling is at the wheel of the number 11 car, and they are at the moment in 8th position behind the leaders, and we have about 1 hour and 15 minutes to go, not even. And what we're gonna do is after these pictures of Schnitzelalm, because we are on that car and after this we'll go into a short break, going to the fridge, having another cold drink or maybe 2, and then coming back to the driving here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife into the final hour of the H&R 3-hour race of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. So that's the first race, the first round of the winter season of this year's DNLS. And as I say, in the moment it's settled quite, and waiting for all cars having their pit stop done. And after the short break, everybody will have done their pit stop, and we will know exactly how the positions are and going into the final stage of the first race. And we are back at the Nürburgring Nordschleife at the H&R 3-hour race of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. And we are straight in the fight of the SB3T. And here we can see the two guys going into pit lane, which are the leaders. Sim RC going into pit lane right now and switching into SP9 class, which is the BMW Junior team. No, sorry, it's Dominik Spieker, Dürener Motorsportclub e.V. We see here in the picture, but another guy driving in the SP9 class for the Mercedes AMG Team HRT AM Solution. All the Mercedes guys coming in here, so I have to pick out some of the BMW guys as well. Dirk Müller is there, he just joined. Thank you very much for that, Dirk. And tell us what happened in the beginning. I just saw that you had two quite long pit stops, probably because of a damage.
Yeah, hello everybody. It's nice being here, and it's a lot of stress. It's a lot of fun, and I really enjoy being part of it. I again joined late at the start of the season due to other commitments. I wasn't really able to do a lot, but with Florian, who is driving right now in the number 5, and Danny and Lucas and Nico Bastian and the HRT group, they really brought me up to speed. Was a bit unlucky in qualifying. Actually, I got traffic, which is, yeah, you can see how everything needs to come out. So I had a good gap to the car in front, but I managed to be faster and actually got hauled off. And in my second lap, somebody did exit pit lane, and I couldn't do turn 1 and turn 2 properly. So qualifying was a little compromised. I was having fun at the start and was out of everybody's focus. I stayed clean. Didn't want to have any scratch on the car at the start, so I was a little bit on the offensive side. Race was good till we had a big fighting group. Cars around me were a little bit slower, and I took the advantage to try to pass a competitor, and he tried to move over under braking, and after review, race director said, well, we need to, you need to give place. So I had to wait for him to swap positions. Then afterwards, it was basically by myself. No cars around me. I was still learning, and obviously made a mistake in the approach of Brünnchen, over the top, over the right. I did risk a tiny bit too much. Left the track a tiny bit and lost the rear and made it into the fence, so that was totally my mistake, and I have to say sorry for everybody. Like in real life, you need to bring back the car in one piece without scratch, and then you can have success. Never mind, I'm still learning there, and yeah. Long talk short, and coming to your question, yeah, the first wait was for the tow penalty into the pit lane. And then the second stop was the 5-minute penalty, because I'm just enjoying and watching and driving with Florian at the moment and all the other guys to see and learn technique, lines, and that kind of stuff, and I'm really enjoying it.
You just say it, and you can hear from your words that it's not so easy as a pro to go in here. Isn't it sometimes frustrating? We just heard from Adam Christodoulou before that he said, okay, I did the lap of my life. He felt like this, and then the guys jump in, the pro sim guys, and they go easily 3 seconds faster. Isn't it sometimes frustrating, or is it just cool to see and watch them how they do it, because you are a professional in your real racing and they are professional in sim racing. So how is that feeling?
Yeah, it's a big thing, and your ego has to go to the side big time, and you have to understand that the one big sensor is missing. This is the yaw sensor, and with that it's tough. So it's not 100% for us, or for me especially, what I'm feeling in the car. So you rely on your steering and on the visual, and this recommends for myself laps after laps after laps after laps, and that's the very good thing. And then therefore there is no frustration at all. Yeah, Danny, Florian, all the other guys, Lucas, they all tell us, don't be frustrated, that's all normal, heads up, and just, dig in and drive. And during driving you learn. At the moment, to be honest, I don't really look into data so much. I'm looking at it, but first of all, I want to be the next step further to understand more of what I need in order to gain lap time, because just pure difference in driving style makes my lap time go faster. So I don't need to understand now where and why. I need to feel it. I wanna turn that knob, and when I've reached that next step, I think then digging deep into data analysis will bring us to a different level again.
Is it only just for your fun driving sim racing, or do you really also kind of prepare? We know the physics, they are special in sim racing for sure, but is it also kind of stay focused, prepare for your real racing?
For me, it's not fun. It's professional sim racing, and it comes with fun. I enjoy every second and every minute I spend. And well, the family is with me, so they do totally support everything there.
They have to. They have to. I just saw you. Sorry, but I just saw you taking a video of your wife driving a simulator, right?
Yeah. So yeah, it is. It is definitely a family project. But never mind. It's sharpening your mind. It's having the focus. I'm totally convinced that was a mistake. Yes, I pushed too hard, but I mean, I should have known that I'm too far, and I pushed it too much. And so at the end, it was a concentration mistake, which happened there. And that's basically, you can learn from these mistakes and come back stronger. And for me, it's a very good training.
What besides sim racing? What did Dirk Müller do in 2020, and what is he doing in 2021?
Yeah, so 2021 is coming up, so there's probably news coming out shortly. But basically, I'm contracted to Multimatic and doing lots of work for Multimatic, which includes a lot of good fun and good racing on top. Being contracted to Mercedes-AMG. Big focus was definitely the Nordschleife. We ended up best AMG. Unfortunately, we only came home on P8 due to some circumstances. We would have had the chance to definitely fight for the victory at the end, but would have, should have, could have is not existing in motorsport. So yeah, these are the things which kept me busy, and near future is coming up soon.
Yeah, then you are, I think, one of the first ones, because the ones I had here already, they're always say, okay, nothing is fixed yet, but it sounds good that you say, okay, news coming out shortly. That makes us looking forward to the 2021 season for Dirk Müller. Are you doing the whole season in DNLS, or do you have any clashes?
Well, so we have a group of drivers, a bunch of drivers, but at the same time, HRT has 3 teams, 3 cars, so we need drivers. It looks like, I hope I find the time all the time that there's no clash on the other side. I haven't looked into it too deep at the moment because due to all the circumstances with COVID, Corona, lots of things are changing by the minute. Fingers crossed. I'm really looking forward. I would like to be part of all the races.
Thank you very much, Dirk, for taking your time. Now, I think you just watching your teammate Florian is in the car. I guess he will stay in the car for the last not even hour for the rest of the first race of the H&R 3-hour race. So thank you very much for taking the time and looking forward to see you next time.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jan. And
thank you
have fun. Talk
Thank
later.
you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye, Dirk. Dirk Müller in the Mercedes-AMG HRT Team AM Solution, currently in 16th position in class and 23rd position overall. And we are on board with Schnitzel Allen Racing, J-Mo Hertling, while we saw right before that a change in the second and third position in the SP3T class. Steen Ledger now in second position, Florian Voite in third position. That's what we saw right before there. So we go, as I said, into the final hour. So the upcoming pit stops we will see will be the last ones. 55 minutes and 45 seconds to go. And 16 laps are already done by Rainer Talver from a VS competition. Sami Matti-Drogen, he is second for MAHLE Racing and sitting 8.5 seconds behind Talver. Jesse Krohn in third. He is another 13 seconds behind Sami Matti-Drogen. Nils Koch was in fourth position, now going into pit lane. Can you provide that? As well as Mats Tore Hutzfeld goes into the pit lane for his second time, as I see it right. Yes, so he comes for the second time, while Nils Koch is already for the third time in the car. Kai Kaschube takes over the car, so that's gonna be a very interesting strategy from Mercedes-AMG Team Heusingfeld. Jan Sendkowski will take the last part of the race, as well as Schnitzel Allen Racing comes into pit lane. J-Mo Hertling for his third time now. So that's gonna be quite interesting where they will end up. So we have to have a look on the number 101, while in front all the people they will stay out a little longer, as they already did their second pit stop. In the other classes, let's have a look there. Markus Jirak for Usher Racing is currently leading the Cup 2 class. Till Norvik, Butler Pal Motorsport still in the car in second position. And Lukas Lippert, H2 Performance SRT 222. In the SP10 class, we have Team RSO. Nils Lorenz in front of Pascal Stix, Chorus Sim Racing, and Samir Ibrahimi. And then we have the last but not least, the SP3T class, Jürgen Frank, Sim RC, Steen Ledger, and Florian Voite. Currently, we see the fight for 7th and 8th position. VRA Racing in front of VS Racing Esports Black. Both with their pit stop done. And in Cup 2 class, we have VS Motorsport by H2P versus VS Racing Esports Red. Fighting for 4th and 5th position here. It's the black and yellow GT car. Trying to put pressure on the number 228. Now it's all up to strategy again. VS Racing Team Esports Red can use his slipstream from VS Motorsport by H2P to save fuel, to have a shorter pit stop in the end, and maybe make the move into 4th position by that. Here we go, slipstream. At the end of the Wörthinger Höhe side by side, Antonius Buchgren, and he made the move. So now, changing of position. These two cars right before their pit stop. Coming now into pit lane, having their final pit stop before they go to the checkered flag. Number 222, Thomas Asmussen just left the pit lane, or leaves the pit lane. And this is gonna be an interesting battle between Jens Hardrampf and Till Behme. While we can see coming into the pit lane, Philipp Eng is that. In a 14th position in class and 19th position overall. And we could see that Behme left the pit lane long before Jens Hardrampf. Jens Hardrampf is now leaving the pit lane, so that's gonna be interesting in the end. How they will go on with the fuel strategy. Alex Voss has taken over the car from Philipp Eng, just to give you that update. And now we just wait for the leaders to come into pit lane for their final pit stop. And we see the fight and the battles to the checkered flag. Here in the Cup 2 class, it's still Till Norvig in front of Martin Aschenau and Simon Grossmann. Who are the leaders at the moment in Cup 2. Grossmann, champion in last year's season. Rainer Talwar comes into pit lane. Rainer Talver into pit lane for his final pit stop, coming from the lead. BS competition now. So let's see if they do a driver change. Another one to probably Laurin Heinrich. Jesse Krohn coming into pit lane as well, while we are here in a second and third position of the SP3T. Laurin Heinrich takes over the car from Rainer Talver. Jesse Krohn, we will see once he arrived at his pit place. Dominik Steib will take over the car. So, Frozen Speed Full Send Racing in front of SimRC SP3T Pro Sim. That's the battle for second and third in SP3T. And Dean Ledger made his fight back as he got spun, or he spun in lap number 1, turn number 1, on braking into the turn in the first turn. Now he's back in second position. We can see his black and green car in front of the yellow and black car of Florian Voite. And they are fighting here now until the end of the race. Let's see how they can end up. And a replay of BS competition. Trying to lap an SP3T car on the outside, and then they crash into the wall, which is number 90 car. Alex Voss was that. So he tried to lap the SP3T car on the outside, but the race anyways is almost, or is done for this car, as they had some issues in the middle of the race. In the next lap, we probably see his teammate, Laurin Heinrich, coming into pit lane. Because, sorry, he was in pit lane already. And then we see Sami Matti-Trogen probably coming back to pit lane. And then we see the fight for the first position in SP9 class. While we have a look on Keep On Racing Orange Vision STS, the BMW M4 GT4 in fourth position in SP10. Loris Brock currently in the car. While we have, I just heard from the production that we have a replay of a crash from the leaders. Laurin Heinrich here. Laurin Heinrich got touched by an SP10 car. What a shame. He left space and then he got touched on the rear left, got spun and crashed into the wall. Laurin Heinrich now with a damage in the front of the car, you can see that, and that is going to be very interesting. These are the virtual leaders, because Sami Matti-Trogen has to come back into pit lane one more time, and Laurin Heinrich, he crashed into the barriers. Let's see if this has any influence of the speed, of the drivability of the car. So now they make it very, very interesting in the last 42 minutes. Now almost everybody was in the pit lane except MAHLE Racing in front and Jack Sedgwick from Mannfilter Team HTP Windward. Almost everybody else was for their last pit stop there. And the car doesn't really look promising. Can Laurin Heinrich still fight for the win, even with the damage? I mean, the crash doesn't really cost a lot of time because he crashed into barrier, spun, and could continue. But probably the damage on the car, the front of the car, now we can see it right here, that maybe costs him a lot of time. And now we will have to watch lap times and see if he can catch up or if still fight for the lead. Waiting for Sami Matti-Trogen, MAHLE Racing team, to come into pit lane. And currently we have MAHLE in front of BS Competition, Mannfilter on third, Williams Esports on fourth position. That's all BMWs until 8th position, except Jack Sedgwick in Mannfilter HTP. Windward Racing. And now we will see as MAHLE Racing is on the Döttinger Höhe, and they will come into pit lane now. They have to come into pit lane now, and we can see in split screen Jack Sedgwick. He is following Laurin Heinrich, but he has to do one more pit stop. Sedgwick has to come to one more pit stop. And now I would like to see, maybe we can have a split screen to MAHLE. MAHLE Racing, because they have to go into pit lane now. So now we have BS Competition here at the Döttinger Höhe, and MAHLE Racing team Sami Matti-Trogen is in the pit lane for his last pit stop. Now it counts. How does the damage affect Laurin Heinrich and BS Competition's BMW Z4 GT3? Does it cost so much time that he will lose the lead, or can he stay in front of the car, of the number 109 car from MAHLE Racing team? Now going through Hohenrhein chicane. MAHLE still in the pit lane, and now they start. MAHLE goes out of pit lane now, while Laurin Heinrich is coming down the straight. Here is Heinrich. And we have a change of lead. We have a change of lead, as you see. Laurin Heinrich, he's in second position only. And MAHLE made the move to first position. Now on board with Jack Sedgwick. We have a new leader in SP9. As MAHLE takes the lead over from BS Competition. But also Jack Sedgwick is pushing quite hard. He has to come into pit lane one more time. And so that means virtually it should be Dominik Steib for Williams Esports in third position. Watching the times now, last lap of Laurin Heinrich was an 8:08.01. Last lap of Sami Matti Drogen was 8 minutes 6 seconds point 2. So 2 seconds he gained to Laurin Heinrich. And now going into last 36 seconds. We have these two in front, and behind there is the first Mercedes-AMG GT3. Having a look in the other classes, stays the same. Ashak, Ushman and Asmussen in the Cup 2. We have in the SP10 Lorenz Valentini, Golombek, and in SP3T Frank, Ledger and Voite. So there's no change. So, and we can stay on here for the fight of the podium. On board with Jack Sedgwick. So he's now fighting Laurin Heinrich with a probably heavily damaged car. I mean, Heinrich is a driver. He can drive around this damage, but still, Sami Matti Drogen in front. He's a pro sim as well, so with a non-damaged car, he's for sure faster than Heinrich with a damaged car. And even though Heinrich can do it, and here you can see, I mean, we have the slipstream of the Sedgwick car, but look how he can close the gap to Heinrich. Look how he can do it without any problem to close the gap to Heinrich. And so there you can see that Heinrich's car is not in shape anymore. Replay of 210 and the crash of number 210, and then not everybody could avoid that. Number 210 car in the Cup 2 class. So that's what happened before. Tim Barnes, Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, he just spun, and some of his colleagues could not avoid to crash into him. Here we go, 276 René Osterkamp was the other car, could not avoid it. Still, the fight here for third position. But anyways, in my calculation, HTP has to come into pit lane one more time. HTP has to go into pit lane one more time, as they are only having 2 pit stops. While Heinrich has 3, Steib has 3. The only ones I know is Sendkowski, Mercedes-AMG Team HRT Heusingfeld. They maybe go through with 2 pit stops only. But I think Mannfilter, HTP Winward, they have to come into pit lane one more time. And in split screen, we can see Keep on Racing, our Ambition ST, as in a battle with Max Hesse from a BMW Junior team. While now Sedgwick uses the slipstream, goes side by side next to Laurin Heinrich. He has slipstream from the SP3T car, but Sedgwick, look how fast he is. I think Heinrich, you can see it now, he's in big trouble with his damage in front. But can he make it? I think I can tell you, he cannot make it to put any pressure on Sami Matti Drogen from MAHLE Racing Team. But can he make it against Williams Esports Dominik Steib, while Sedgwick is now coming into pit lane, as I said, for his last pit stop? So Heinrich back in second, but Steib is on Döttinger Höhe, no, on Hohenrhein chicane already. So can he close the gap to Laurin Heinrich, which is about 10 seconds? Can he close it? Or can Heinrich stay in front of Dominik Steib? That's the question. It's 18 seconds gap. 18 seconds from Steib to Heinrich. Again, the fight here, Keep on Racing versus BMW Junior Team. Hesse versus Vileziotis. It's 9th and 10th position. They are fighting. And now probably Hesse can use the slipstream again. He is a bit far away. Probably he can just close the gap, maybe not overtake. Here they are passing by now. Tourist entry. He can close the gap, but probably not start to overtake. Now closing the gap, but now here's the left kink. Here's the left kink. I think he will not make it. No, he has to go back and give it another try, probably, maybe at the end of start and finish straight. Again, in all the other classes, we have actually no change in positions. As I can see, Ashok, Buschmann, Asmussen stays the same as Lawrence, Valentini and Bock, as well as... No, Ledger now. Ledger is now in front of Patrick Kubinji. Frozen Speed, Full Send Racing in front in SP3T class, in front of Team Heusingfeld, as Felix Luding was in the pit lane. Felix Luding was in the pit lane and he fell back to 4th position. So that's going to be interesting as well, how this will end up. And we will see and we will hear That's how it will end up at the last 27 minutes and 30 seconds at the H&R 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. After a short break, we will be back here and then we will go into the final stage, the very final stage of this race. So stay tuned and refresh yourself for the last races, last fights. Can Heinrich stay in front of Stipe? What will happen in SPT3? Welcome back to the last 20 minutes of the H&R 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. We are here now with Keep On Racing RN Vision STS in the SP9 class on 10th position. And this is the leader, MAHLE Racing Team, current leader after 20 laps completed. And BS Competition on a second position after they had a little clinch with a lapped car, and now they fall back as this team, Williams Esport, is coming to close the gap. Team BMW Bank is on 4th position, so 4 BMWs. Then we have the first Mercedes AMG GT3 with Manfilter Team HTP Winward. That's the car right here, the Mamba. And they are 50 seconds behind the leader. And then we have Core Sim Racing, the newcomers in SP9 class in front. And this is this BMW Z4 GT3 car. Then we have Mercedes AMG Team HRT Heusingfeld pushing really hard as they did quite a risky strategy. Hopefully it can pay off with only 2 pit stops done yet in 7th position in front of Schnitzelalm Racing. They are sitting in 8th. Here they are. That's the green car of Schnitzelalm. And we have Marcel Marcevic driving this car. Behind them, it's Max Hesse for the BMW Junior team in the gray car with the number 113. And last but not least, there's already now a little gap as Hesse made the pass to Vasilios Beletsiotis of a Keep On Racing RN Vision. So this is the top 10 in the SP9 class for the last not even 20 minutes to go here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Looking into the other classes again after the short break, seeing Usher Racing still leading Cup 2 class in front of Butler Pal Motorsport at 45 seconds. And then we have H2 Performance SRT in front of this car. VS Racing Esports Red in 4th on the VS E Motorsport by H2P. 6th position, Team Nürburgring Esports. 7th, Rennwelten Pro Team. And so on. In the SP10 class, we have Nils Lorenz for Team RSO, then Sim RC. Here we have Team RSO in the SP10 class coming into pit lane for his final stop. It will be a splash and dash. Here they go. So 40 seconds gap to this car. Tom Valentini is the driver at the moment for Sim RC. Let's see if they can keep. So if Team RSO can keep the lead in front of Sim RC SP10 right here, as they probably stay out. It's correct. And we can see that Nils Lawrence stood in front because he already left the pits. You see the pit lane is clear. And we have the right order as you can see it. And then we have in third position Marius Golombek for Core Sim Racing GT4 in SP10 class. In the next class we will have a look at is the SP3T class, and there is gonna be interesting while Golombek, he decided quite late to come into pit lane. Golombek, who had the clinch in the beginning with Fassbender of Sim RC. So now he comes into pit lane. And that was a drive-through penalty. They got a drive-through penalty for whatever reason. Something happened, so that's why he decided so late to come into pit lane. So it was a drive-through penalty for Marius Golombek and Core Sim Racing in third position of SP10. In fourth, we have Keep On Racing, RM Vision STS, BS Hype, Schnitzel Alm Racing Youngsters, BAR Racing in the seventh position. Eighth is Mühlner Motorsports Sim Racing. That's the top 8 in SP10 currently. That's the SP3T class, and we are at the moment on board with Steen Ledger, Patrick Kubinci. He can see Steen Ledger in front of him. So Ledger is leading the SP3T class in front of Kubinci. And then we have Tim Neuser. But I think Neuser, Ledger and Kubinci have to come back into pit lane. And that means that Ledger has to, and Kubinci has to come in, and Oscar Mangan, he has to go. He is probably in the lead as he was. No, he was not in pit. Felix Luding was in pits for 3 times already. So a bit quite confusing for the last couple of stints on pit stops. But now we should fix that. So Ledger, Kubinci and Mangan, they have to go one more time into pit lane, while Felix Luding in fourth position. He was 3 times already in the pits. Marvin Strehl was also in the pit lane, and Michael Polazak, he also. So Sim RC, both of them were in the pit lane already, in Lone Wolf Motorsports as well. These are the leaders of the race, MAHLE racing team. Sami Matti Drogen currently at the in the seat. He's sharing the car with Alex Arana. And behind them, it's ES Competition Laurin Heinrich, sharing the car with Reinhard Travart. And Heinrich got a little clinch with a lapped car at the exit of Arenberg. Crashed into the barrier. That's why you can see the front looks quite damaged, and he's losing about 2 seconds per lap by lap. Behind this car, there is Williams Esports Dominik Steib. He's trying to close the gap, coming from 18 seconds, now 13 seconds, but I think that could work out for Laurin Heinrich, as he can manage the damage of his car. On board, riding with Sintrasetsas, the new SP19. And there you can see how close it can be. Wow, lapping a car, squeezing into a gap where there was nearly no gap. And these are the situations which make the racing very interesting. Sure, the Sintrasetsas tries to catch up with Jack Sackwick in front of him, Manfilter Team HCP Winward, because they're fighting for 5th and 6th position. And this is again the leader of the race, MAHLE Racing Team. And now it's just to bring it back home, because there's no, for Sami Matti Drogen and his teammate Alex Arana, there's no pressure on. It's just to bring it home, as we have 8 minutes and 45 seconds to go. It's one more lap to go after this, and then they have it. They have their first win, another win in DNLS, but their first win in the new season, in the winter season of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, presented by Goodyear. Second last time the jump at Flansgarten. Big jump one more time. They did qualify on pole position. They lost their pole position and their lead to BS competition. It was a hard fight in the beginning between Laurin Heinrich and Sami Matti Drogen. But then, unfortunately, a lapped car decided the win of the first race of the DNLS 2020-2021. Very nice split screen here on board with MAHLE, and then on the right hand side the live picture as well. And now we go into the final lap of the H&R 3-hour race. The first race of the new season, the winter season of the DNLS. It looks like that the front is decided. But what happens behind? Laurin Heinrich has a gap of 6 seconds, while Dominik Steib, Williams Esports, is 11 seconds behind Heinrich. So that's gonna be tough to close that gap. And all the top 5, they are quite settled. Top 4, they are settled. 5th and 6th. Sedgwick and Sindre Setsas, Core Sim Racing. Here they are. They are close together. So this could be an interesting fight, interesting battle. While Jan Zentkowski in 7th place, 22 seconds to front, 38 seconds to the back, to this car, Schnitzelalm Racing. They again have 34 seconds gap to the BMW Junior team, with Max Hesse currently driving the BMW Z4 GT3. And Sami Matti Drogen, without any doubt, he is going for his MAHLE racing team together with Alex Arana to his first win of the season. Here we are again on board, driving within, approaching Schwedenkreuz. And again, Cup 2 class with Martin Ascher for Ascher Racing in first position. Behind them, it's Kino Buschmann for Butler Pahl Motorsport and Thomas Asmussen in third in Cup 2. So there's no change. And also by the gaps in between, it's a 48 seconds gap of Ascher, so there should be everything settled. But here, that's all around Steen Ledger, Patrick Kubinji, and Felix Luding is now leading the SP3T class, as I said before. But Steen Ledger and Patrick Kubinji, they are fighting here quite heavily. Kubinji, we are riding with him on board, and we can see Kubinji in his mirror. So Ledger here for Frozen Speed. He tries to keep Kubinji behind him. One more lap he has to go. One more lap fighting that Kubinji cannot make the move for Team Heusingfeld around Steen Ledger. In split screen we see again the leader of the race while the clock is ticking down. He went through Bergwerk. Now Kestelchen, Klostertal, all that area approaching Mutkurve. Now going to Mutkurve while Team Heusingfeld tries to put pressure on to Frozen Speed. Going onto Nordschleife. One more time through the carousel for MAHLE Racing. And the pressure is on. The pressure is on for second and third position in the SP3T class. It's what I said before. It's all about their strategy, saving tires, saving fuel mainly. And once you do it perfectly, as Steen Ledger probably did, because remember, he was last in the first lap as he spun in turn 1. And now he's back in the fight for second and third position of the SP3T class. So we are both still in the split screen while Sami Matti Drogen is going through Ice Corner, now down to Pflanzgarten. We are here in Adenauer Forst with the SP3T. Everything else seems to be settled. There is another fight for 4th and 5th position. But in SP3T, but that's the fight all around the podium. Now we have SP9 car approaching, is the Butler Pal car. Trying to go around, but stays away. Keeping clear that they can fight for their position. And Sami Matti Drogen, he's already on the Döttinger Höhe. So he is now approaching to his first win of the season. It's another one in the DNLS Racing Series. But it's the first one in season number 2. One more time through Hohenrhein chicane. Here we go. That's the leader. One more time to the right, one more time to the left, and then they can call themselves winners of the H&R 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. Congratulations, MAHLE Racing Team, Sami Matti Drogen and Alex Arana in front of BS Competition, Laurin Heinrich sharing the car with his teammate. And in third position, we have Dominik Steib, Williams Esports sharing the car with Jesse Krohn. Fourth is Kai Kaschube together with Nils Koch and Bruno Spengler. And then we have Jack Sedgwick here coming with the Manfilter team. HTP Winward car together with Alexi Iloma and Philip Ellis coming into 5th in front of Sintresetsas. Core Sim Racing. He's sharing the car with Carl Jansson. Jan Zentkovsky on 7th position. Mats Toge Hutzfeld and Adam Christodoulou are his teammates. And Then we have another Mercedes-AMG GT3, Schnitzelalm Racing coming in 8th, BMW Junior Team on 9th, and Keep On Racing are in Vision on 10th. But we concentrate now on this fight here. It's still on. Patrick Kubinci still pushing hard on Steen Ledger. Now they are around Brünchen. Here we are back in split screen where we see the checkered flag up left, and we have again on board with Patrick Kubinci. Steen Ledger, he's in front. His view from the back of the car to Patrick Kubinci. In 10th position also, yeah, they are happy with their top 10 result. Keep On Racing are in Vision STS for their first time in the DNLS. And here we go. Last time Galgenkopf for Steen Ledger. Now slipstream. Now it counts on slipstream. Can Patrick Kubinci use the slipstream? He went off a little bit into the green. Now it's about second and third position. Here we are with Steen Ledger on board, seeing Patrick Kubinci. He can use the slipstream. He comes closer. He comes slowly closer. Now he will move to the right. Now next to each other, side draft a little bit, and he can make the move. He can make the move around, and he can overtake. Patrick Kubinci can overtake Steen Ledger onto die Döttinger Höhe. But can he keep that? Can he stay in front of Ledger, or can Ledger make the move again? He comes closer, he goes to the inside, they touch each other, into each other, but they can keep it. Oh, here we go. There was the crash. I was waiting for it. I saw it coming when they went down. Antonio Spuche, they were so close together, and Steen Ledger, he tried everything, and in the end at Hohenrhein chicane he crashed into Patrick Kubinci, and so he crashed him into the wall. But let me check. No, in the end, yeah, here we see the replay. Yeah, too late on the brakes. Ledger was too late on the brakes, crashed into Kubinci. He was waiting for him, but I think it didn't work out. Ledger, in my results, Ledger is still second, while Kubinci is still third. So he was waiting. Ledger was waiting, but it didn't last. So I think Race Control will have a look on that. But congratulations to Felix Luding for winning the SP3T class. And also congratulations to Nils Lorenz, Team RSO, in winning SP10 in front of NIMEX Race Cars Esport second, and Sim RC SP10 in... Sorry. Team RSO again. Team RSO winner in SP10 class in front of Sim RC second, and third for Chorus Sim Racing. That's the top 3 in SP10. And Cup 2, Usher Racing wins in front of Butler Pal and H2 Performance SRT. So that's the winners of the first DNLS race. Here we go, Usher Racing. And I just got the information that Steen Ledger gets a 5 seconds penalty. Steen Ledger gets a 5 seconds penalty for pushing another car. So he will fall back behind Patrick Kubinci. So they would just swap places in the end. So that means Luding for Sim RC in front of Kubinci, Heusingfeld, and Ledger Frozen Sweet. That's the result in SP3T. Last cars coming into pit lane or through over the start and finish line. Well, we see here Team RSO crossing the line now, winning there for the SP10 class, as I said before. Winning SP10 now for Team RSO. And what a race it was. The first round of the winter season of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. Fantastic first race. Now cars going back into the pit lane while we wait for the winners to be back here. But I would like to take the opportunity to thank you out there. It was my first time sitting alone here for more than 4 hours, providing you commentary for the digital version of the Nürburgring Endurance Series. And now we see again the result. As I said, MAHLE Racing Team wins the first race in front of BS Competition and Williams Esport. And let's listen to one of the guys on the podium, Jesse Krohn, coming in third position. What a start, what a qualifying. So congratulations, first of all. How was the race?
Yeah, it was good. The whole call to race came really late, so I didn't have much time to prep, and I've had a bit of a holiday from sim racing, so it wasn't the easiest to get up to speed in 2 days. But yeah, mega job by the whole team. And very good car to drive, so it was easy to qualify well and do a good race.
In the end, we saw the crash from BS Competition. There was no chance for you to close the gap to maybe go into second position.
No, I think it was a little bit too big of a gap. Obviously, we had a good strategy. But in the end, we just didn't have the pace because the pro driver or the real racing driver had to do 2 stints. So my gap to the proper sim bros is a little bit too big for me to actually make a difference.
Thank you very much, Jesse, for these words, and congratulations once again to coming into third position for the first round here, and looking forward to some nice battles in the coming races. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Opening up.
Also, his teammate, Dominik Steib, from Jesse's teammate, you did a proper job. I just asked Jesse, but there was no chance to close the gap to Laurin Heinrich in the end, even though he had the damage on the car, right?
Yeah, of course, I was trying my best, but Laurin was just too fast. I mean, we knew that if everything works out nicely, P3 is probably the maximum with the lineup on the other 2 cars, and we achieved the maximum, so we are really happy today.
Thank you very much. So congratulations again, guys. And as I say, looking forward to see some nice battles with you in the coming races. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Goodbye.
And we also, for sure, have one of the winners. We have Sami Matti-Drogen here with us in the commentary booth. Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations. What a race it was. You did pole position, but then you lost the first position in the first lap. What happened in the first lap? What was going on there?
Yeah, thank you. It was in the first lap. I lost a bit of time in the corner before the straight line, and then he just overtook me. They were a bit faster in the straight line than us, but yeah, overall it was really perfect race for us.
You just proved it once again that you guys, Alex, and you are the guys to beat here at the DNLS. So what was the most difficult part of the race, as you were then in the end quite in front, as also Laurin Heinrich had that little crash with the lapped car?
Yeah, in the end it was really hard also for me because the tires wasn't that good, and it was really hard because I saw Laurin was also pushing. So yeah, I think the end was for us hardest, even though we made some gap. But yeah.
What a race. First win of the season, another win in DNLS for you guys. So thank you very much for that racing, and very much looking forward to the next one in a couple of weeks. So thank you very much, Sami Matti-Drogen and Alex Arana from MAHLE Racing Team.
Yeah, thanks.
That's the guys on the podium. So third place and the winner as well. So yeah, we can hear that it is, even though it looks interesting, it even looks easy, it isn't. It isn't at all. And so yeah, sometimes you really have to concentrate even more when you are in front with a proper gap. Because then maybe sometimes you lose concentration. So that's not easy sometimes, but these guys know exactly what to do. It's not the only races they do. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the next races. As I can see, there are some more interviews going on in the other rooms. In the German stream. So I have to have a look on that while I can search for the other guys here to go into the stream and to have an interview with. Here we go, and probably I just grab someone from the interview room over there, and I would like to take the second position car, which is Laurin Heinrich. Probably he can hear me. Probably. Yes. Here we go. Laurin, congratulations to the second position. I think in the end, not the result you were hoping for. But anyways, it's a long season to go on. And what happened in the last laps? Because we saw that you got touched by a lapped car. How was the damage affecting your car?
Yeah, thanks first of all. As you say, it's a long season. P2 is still a very good result. But yeah, the crash cost us quite a lot of performance. I think we had 5 kph less top speed, which is very crucial on the long straights here. So yeah, I think it was costing us around 2 to 3 seconds lap time, which was quite a lot. So we have to be really happy that we could finish on P2 in the end.
You sharing the car with Rainer. Rainer is not Rainer Talvar, not very much known, so, at least for me. Who is your teammate? Tell us about him.
Yeah, Rainer is new to our team. I'm very happy to share the car with him. It was his first race on the Nordschleife on this very tough track, and I think he did a mega job. No damage, no incident whatsoever, and he kept his head cool and did a mega performance.
You're not only driving in sim racing, but also I just mentioned that before, also in the real racing. But how was your season? Rookie champion in the German Carrera Cup, and what's coming next? What's coming 21?
Yeah, my season this year was really good. It was my first year in the German Porsche Carrera Cup, and I finished first in the rookie standings, which was really good. Yeah, unfortunately, on the last weekend, I lost my P3 in the overall standings, but overall, I have to be really happy. I was on the podium in Le Mans, which was a really nice result. And yeah, for 2021, the cards are not mixed yet. I don't have a seat yet, but I think it will be sorted out at the beginning of next year. And I'm looking forward to what I will do next year.
Thank you very much, Laurin. We're crossing fingers for you, first of all, for sure, for the DNLS season, the winter season, and looking forward to this action we saw right today. Thank you very much. Congratulations again to second place, BS competition, Laurin Heinrich, and see you next time and probably hear you next time.
Thank you. Bye. Yeah, hopefully.
Thank you very much. So, Laurin Heinrich is coming into second interview, and so he's one of the guys who is always pushing really hard, but as I told you, also a very kind and friendly guy. And that's it. That's the first race. That was the first race of the season, of the winter season in 2020, 2021. That's quite not easy to say. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to see the next race and to see the calendar. And as we are in a couple of weeks, on the 19th of December, we go into the next race, which will be the MAHLE 3-hour race, and then going into the mid of January for another one, February and March. That will be the last couple of races before we start with a real season. So yeah, that's it for today, for the first season, and we would like to finish the stream, the English stream, with again the calendar of this year's season. And thank you very much for joining us. And here, that's the dates you should note into your calendar. Next time, 19th of December, 16th of January, 20th of February, and 6th of March. Thank you very much for joining us. And then saying a goodbye to you, and looking forward to see you next time. Bye-bye.